All right, good evening. So we got a packed house here. Really appreciate everybody being here tonight. This is a hybrid meeting. The city council member, the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 *.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. I will now call the meeting to order and ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon,
Present.
Councilmember Kim, Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Please join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I need a motion to adopt the agenda. Councilmember Kim.
I'd like to adopt the agenda as is.
Okay. Councilmember Ford.
Second.
All right. Okay. Motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as presented. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
This is what it says.
Now your correct vote is open. Sorry about that.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Okay, on to public comments. All public comments except for those on public hearing will occur now. If you are intending to comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comment for that particular hearing. Public comment shall be limited tonight, since we have 19 people signed up, 2 minutes, and if you, as a group, can concise what you need to say, if you're coming in and speaking the same, if you're for or against. Persons registered to speak multiple items may speak multiple times. Again, you're gonna get 2 minutes. Okay, we'll ask the city clerk we'll ask city clerk to call on any virtual in-person speakers, and I believe that some who were going to be virtual are here, correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The first to speak virtually, we have Sherry Christensen. Sherry, you should be able to unmute yourself now on Zoom. Can you hear us okay? Sherry, you can use the raise hand function or hit *9 on your phone to speak. I've already done that. Yes.
All right, go to the next one.
Sherry, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, we will go on to the next virtual speaker and circle back to you, Sherry. The next person we have virtually is Brian Reed. Brian, are you able to unmute yourself on Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can begin to speak and you'll have 3 minutes.
Two minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes, actually, Mr. Reed.
Mayor Douglas, fellow council members, I'm Brian Reed with D.R. Horton, 95555 South Kingston Court, Suite 200, Inglewood, Colorado, 80112. I'd like to thank the council for considering the amendment of the residential fire sprinkler ordinance. We believe the original ordinance had good intentions at its core, but the execution has left many home builders in Commerce City in a precarious position between trying to provide affordable housing and meeting city code that is uncommon in residential construction. D.R. Horton has always held public safety, health, and welfare as paramount in product design. However, this particular ordinance crosses into territory that modern building codes, guidelines, and standards already address. For that reason, we would ask your support in amending this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next to speak, we have Jim Irvin Svoboda. Jim, you should be able to unmute yourself on the Zoom meeting.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. You can begin to speak and you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Jim Irwin Svoboda, AMH Development, 5990 Greenwood Plaza Boulevard. And that's Suite 130, Greenwood Village, Colorado. Thank you, City Council, for your time this evening. And thank you, City staff, for reaching out to the development community to discuss the challenges we have all faced because of the fire sprinkler ordinance implemented in November 2023. AMH is an active builder with a goal of delivering about 280 new homes over the next couple of years within the city. We were immediately impacted in late 2023 as everyone involved, builders, the city, water district, fire department, scrambled to adjust to the new ordinance. Schedule delays coupled with some large development fee increases and fire sprinkler costs have made it more difficult for us to build in the city. Our projects under horizontal construction experienced delays as water main and service tap sizes were debated in the field. Building plans had to be revised, which caused delays in design and permitting. The significant fee increases also imposed in 2023 exacerbated the impacts of the fire sprinkler ordinance. As you can see from the fee study and the meeting agenda, Commerce City now has the second highest development fees in the metro area, exceeding City of Denver and falling just below Castle Rock. Our all-in cost for fire sprinklers is about $6 per square foot, which for a 2,500 square foot home is an additional $15,000. That cost increase alone prices out another 35,000 households from calling Commerce City their home. We appreciate council and staff both taking a retrospective look at the current ordinance and support the adoption of Ordinance 2732. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker will be Jager Luke. Mr. Luke, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Sir, thank you.
Fantastic. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Jager Luke. Currently, I serve on the City of Commerce City Building Code Appeals Board and was formerly the lieutenant over construction for the South Adams County Fire Department. I served the citizens of Commerce City for over 2 years, have been a proud citizen for over 5, and was instrumental in residential sprinkler ordinance adoption. I'm here today to discuss Ordinance 2488, which requires single-family homes to have residential fire sprinklers installed in any portion of the structure within 8 foot of the lot line. If home builders are inclined not to utilize residential fire sprinklers due to costs, then they simply need to build homes further than 8 feet from the lot line. Ultimately, the decision is theirs. I understand that affordable housing is a hot topic today, an issue for both my wife and I struggled when we desired to move back into our wonderful city after selling our townhome in Bell Creek. Currently, the city of Commerce City's housing market is 20% higher than the national average. This is no surprise since Reunion was ranked one of the highest metro districts taxed back in 2023. It seems the city of Commerce City has other issues other than residential fire sprinklers. Residential fire sprinklers are a life-saving, pre-engineered system that allows adults, children, and pets to adequately exit the home in the event of a fire. Over 90% of the time, a single sprinkler extinguished the fire, and over 80% of the time contained the fire to a single room. This would prevent the remodeling of the home from reaching the City of Commerce City's level 3 alteration status, where 50% of the homes or more needs to be remodeled. Without residential fire sprinklers, homes impacted by fire damage have the potential of reaching level 3 status, which requires the homeowner to bring the entire home up to current code. This means finding contractors to repair the home, paying permit fees, paying higher insurance premiums, and potentially paying a mortgage and rent at the same time. After the damage has been assessed, over 50% of the homes, I apologize. Just recently, my uncle who lived off Riverdale Road in Thornton had a fire in his home. After the damage had been assessed, over 50% of the home was damaged by the fire and firefighter operations.
Mr. Luke, could you
almost-
wrap it up? Sorry, I forgot to inform you it was only for 2 minutes and not 3 minutes.
I apologize.
So you can go ahead and
Yeah,
finish.
I'll finish up. With residential sprinklers being added to the code, there were trade-offs also added to incentivize home builders for their inclusion. When residential fire sprinklers are legislated out of the code, builders benefit from the incentives of the residential fire sprinklers without added safety. Chapter 1 of the International Residential Code states, the purpose of this code is to establish minimum requirements to provide reasonable level of safety, health, general welfare through affordability. The code was created and already covers everything that this legislative body desires for the citizens of Commerce City. So I implore you to please refrain from omitting residential fire sprinklers from the code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker will be Maddie Saya. Maddie, you should be able to unmute yourself. Or press star 9. Maddie, are you able to unmute yourself? Thank you. We'll circle back to you, Maddie. Our next virtual speaker will be Mike Bruce. Not virtual? Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Douglas and City Council members. My name is Mike Bruce, and I am a realtor that works in Commerce City and once lived in Reunion. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight and your continued dedication to prioritizing housing and safety in our community. As both a homeowner and someone who who helps families find their place in Commerce City, I strongly support the proposal to make residential fire suppression systems optional rather than mandatory in all new single-family homes. While fire and consumer safety is incredibly important, a one-size-fits-all mandate prices families and those looking to move from renting to owning into a home ownership. For many buyers, especially first-time and working families, that additional cost associated with installing fire suppression systems can be the difference between being able to purchase a home or being priced out entirely. Not to mention, with an estimated 4,700 system failure-related activations of fire sprinkler systems per year, homeowners could be on the hook for paying extensive damage. Housing affordability is one of the biggest challenges builders and buyers are already navigating: high construction costs, interest rates, and limited supply. If Commerce City becomes one of the only communities in the metro area to require sprinklers in every home, you risk making our city less competitive for new development and less obtainable for families that we want to welcome here. By keeping fire suppression optional, we can still promote safety while giving homeowners and builders flexibility. Those who wish to include sprinklers can absolutely do so, but it shouldn't be mandated across the board. Instead, we can look at targeted incentives, disclosures, and safety education that help residents make informed choices without adding unnecessary barriers. Commerce City has always been a place for hardworking families to build their futures. I believe this proposal strikes the right balance, supporting safety, affordability, and housing opportunity. Thank you again for your time and continued leadership on housing issues.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
All right, to circle back, Sherry Christensen, are you able to unmute yourself in the Zoom meeting? Okay, we'll go on to the next virtual speaker. Maddie Saya, are you able to unmute as well? Okay, we will begin going into in-person speakers, Mayor. The first in-person speaker we have is Amy Cesario.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas and members of City Council. My name is Amy Cesario, 2856 South Lincoln Street, Inglewood, 80113. I serve as the Government Affairs Chair for the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. On behalf of DMAR, I want to thank the Mayor, City Council, and City staff for the time and effort you've put into bringing forward this proposal and for making housing and safety a priority for Commerce City residents. DMAR stands in strong support of the proposal to make the installation of residential fire suppression systems optional. At a time when construction costs are increasing and home ownership is out of reach for far too many members of our community, this is an important step forward in increasing accessibility and affordability while maintaining fire safety. Consumer safety is paramount, and homeowners who wish to have the system installed should have the opportunity to do so. However, a blanket statement adds additional barriers that increase costs for the home buyers. At the same time, it will allow Commerce City to expand the promise of sustainable home ownership to more members of the community by reducing construction costs. Under the current requirements, costs can rise to $16,000 for installation of a fire suppression system in a home. This is on the top of other fees associated with the construction of residential units, which can easily exceed $20,000. Most of these costs are passed on to the homeowner, which prices our teachers, our nurses, our first responders, and other community members who are looking to transition into sustainable home ownership. With the median home prices in Commerce City at $529,000, buyers are likely to look at other nearby cities such as Thornton, Aurora, where prices are lower at $519,000 and $465,000 respectively. Thank you for your leadership and considering this important measure to make housing more attainable for all Commerce City residents.
Thank you.
Our next speaker we have is Jay Wilmot.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jay Wilmot. I'm the Fire Marshal here at South Adams County. Since our inception in 1942, our department's purpose has been simple: to protect the lives and property of the citizens of Commerce City. As building materials evolve, it is our duty to ensure that our practices and regulations keep pace with the changing environment around us. Today, house fires burn 8 times faster than they did 50 years ago. We urge you to vote no on the proposed ordinance that would make residential fire sprinklers an optional feature, which effectively repeals the ordinance. We must ensure that our community does not take a step backward in our efforts to enhance public safety. Fire sprinklers significantly reduce property damage caused by fires. The average property loss in a home with fire sprinklers is $2,100 compared to homes without them, where the entire property risks being lost. When a fire sprinkler activates, it contains the fire 90% of the time with just one sprinkler head. This cuts down on water damage. While a fire hose can use around 3,000 gallons of water, a sprinkler uses about about 15 gallons per minute. This results in an average water usage reduction of 91%. Since our community is committed to public safety in 2023, the initial ordinance that was approved, we now have 607 fully functional residential fire suppression systems in place. Of those, 204 were completed in this year alone. Our review time typically ranges between 1 and 2 weeks, depending on the volume of submissions. We examined the prices of these systems and found that the average cost is $5,300. This figure represents the true valuation before it is transferred to the home buyer. However, when we consider the ongoing expenses after closing, that initial price is offset over time through lower homeowners insurance and increased resale value. I urge members of this council to vote against the proposed ordinance 2732 and retain the existing ordinance as it currently stands. This ordinance is a crucial component of our public safety legacy. By upholding the current standard, you will establish a life-saving foundation for future generations in our beloved community, ensuring that we remain a national model for fire prevention and life safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Armstrong.
Good evening, Mayor Douglas and City Council members. Thank you for your time this evening and for allowing us to testify in support of the proposed ordinance number 2732, which would amend the fire sprinkler code. My name is Mark Armstrong. I work for KB Home of Colorado. We've been building in Commerce City for many, many years, over 10 years by my count. We are recently building in 2 communities, both Legato filing 2 and Turnberry filing 8. We acquired those properties and developed them in 2021, opened our stores in 2023. Right after we opened our stores is when the fire sprinkler code was adopted. The business plan that we worked so tirelessly to put together to make a successful community was undercut by a change in code, increasing our costs upwards of $12,000 a door in just material and labor. Above the labor and material that we spent, we lost time in permitting and plan approval. We had to shut our doors for essentially 6 months while ourselves and the city staff, South Adams and Fire Department put together a plan to review plans and approve our plans and so we could build. That shut us down and it increased our costs. Today, our business units in Commerce City are operating at a loss because we were unable to pass these costs off to our buyers. Our buyers look at the value of our homes, the square footage, the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, the size of the lot, and they are not willing to pay the additional costs that we're incurring in order to put in fire sprinklers in our homes. We've gone back to the drawing board. We've redesigned plans. We've taken out included features. We've looked at cost analysis to shrink our plans to come within 8 feet of the property line, and nothing is working. So we ask that the City Council look at amending the fire sprinkler code to make it optional and allow our buyers to make that decision on their own. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Preston Bentley.
Good evening, Council. My name is Preston Bentley. I'm with South Adams County Fire Department. I'm the residential plan reviewer and inspector. Today I'm going to talk about the letter that the HBA sent to you, just 2 excerpts from it. That is on your agenda, and the 2 quotes that you got on the agenda. There are 2 types of sprinkler systems that we allow in this district. One type is a single line that feeds new homes, which would be the quote from AAA Fire Protection. And the other one is installed by plumbers, which feeds the entire plumbing system, which would be from Confidence Plumbing. The $15,000 that the HBA is quoting is not correct. It's not what we're seeing in the field. AAA has 8 homes laid out here. None of them equal to $15,000. Same thing with Confidence Plumbing. The one thing about the Confidence Plumbing quote, it is $11,490. If you look at it, you'll see fire suppression system on there, but you'll also see other plumbing stuff on there, like the hot water lines and cold water lines. So this quote would be an entire plumbing system, including the fire suppression system. This is also built by Tri-Point Homes, which is one of our premier builders. They only have 8 homes sprinklered right now. And a better average for Commerce City would be Reunion, the Lennar homes. They range between the low and high 500,000. We have 49 of them sprinklered. PPH Plumbing is the one that did the project, 5,200.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ogden Greening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Ogden Greening, I am the Union President of the South Adams County Firefighters. Just to let you know, construction is different these days. It's more expensive and it's actually cheaper. So instead, with it being cheaper, instead of 17 minutes for a resident to exit their house, they only have 3 minutes. The national standard for a fire department to respond to a house fire is 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Thankfully, your fire department is faster than that. However, we're not 3 minutes fast. If you care about your community, you will not approve Ordinance 2732. By approving it tonight or any other time, what you'd say to your community is that you don't care about their safety. Same thing happened to automobile manufacturers. There's a reason that seat belts are required now. Residential sprinkler systems are no different. You can drive safer. Well, you can also replace the batteries in your smoke detector. When was the last time council members did that? Every 6 months like you're supposed to. You can also stop at every single stop sign. How many times have you accidentally gone through a stop sign? That's why seatbelts are required. You can have a home evacuation plan. Even if you have a home evacuation plan, when was the last time you and your family practiced it? Smoke detectors and home evacuation plans help in case of a fire, but when they don't help is between 12 and 5 o'clock in the morning when the most fatal fires happen. Give your community the chance to get out of their house so that we can show up and help them. Do not repeal Ordinance 2732.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next to speak, we have Ryan Doherty. Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Hello, I'm Ryan Doherty. I'm the Deputy Fire Marshal, South Adams County Fire Department. So I was present here for the original adoption of the International Residential Code that requires automatic fire suppression. While this discussion was introduced to the City Council after the tragic Marshall Fire, there was no intention of suggesting these systems would prevent the Marshall Fire happening in Commerce City. In fact, when City Council asked us directly, will these sprinkler systems prevent a Marshall Fire, we replied with a candid and honest no. Multiple times we reiterated that these sprinkler systems will not stop an exterior fire. We also discussed how most of the home fires in Commerce City start inside the home, which is where these sprinkler systems are effective. We discussed the rapid growth of a modern fire, often reaching flashover, where everything on that room is on fire within 5 minutes. Consider the small amount of time you have to escape a home fire without injury, and consider that our average response time to a house fire is 8 minutes and 26 seconds. Smoke alarms are a warning device, nothing more. Smoke alarms are effective if the occupants are able-bodied and able-minded. Those with physical impediments, reduced mobility, difficulty getting out of bed or off the couch are not best served by only a smoke alarm. Those with mental or developmental issues, those who are under the influence of illicit or prescribed drugs, those who simply lack the cognitive ability to appropriately respond to danger, an infant or a small child, are not best served by only a smoke alarm. Further, the International Residential Code is a complete book that prescribes how to build a safe home. The base code contains fire sprinkler requirements. The rest of the book assumes that the home is built with fire sprinklers. Therefore, the building's fire safety can be reduced in other portions of the book, such as the structural members, because the home is supposed to have a fire sprinkler system installed. By removing or reducing only the requirements of residential fire sprinklers, you are removing essentially a single leg from the bar stool and asking our citizens to continue sitting on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrick Haney.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Patrick Haney. I'm the regional coordinator in the Rocky Mountains for the National Fire Sprinkler Association. The safety case is clear here. As we've heard from Jay and some of the other members of South Adams County Fire Department, fire sprinklers dramatically lower deaths and cause far less fire growth in the homes without them. On average in this country, you have 5 minutes to escape your home when there is a fire. As we heard, this is not enough time if you don't have fire sprinkler systems. I'm not going to drill down on a lot of the facts you just heard, but what I do want to bring up is the main point that we've heard from the HBA. This is affordability. South Adams County Fire Department has shown that the median cost to builders is around $5,300 in Commerce City. As the HBA told us in a prior study session that we were all at, they then mark the cost of the system up usually twice the price paid for the home buyer. In the same study session, they also told all of you that they would not commit to dropping the price of unsprinklered homes if you all voted to get rid of the requirement, as they base their prices on market value. The request to get rid of the requirement for these life safety devices is not to financially benefit the members of this community. The houses will be the same prices without them, and they will be considered substandard and dramatically less safe. What's being asked of you is to prioritize corporate profits over the safety of the communities you all serve. Keeping sprinklers in the code is an investment in community resilience, fewer total losses, fewer displaced families, lower emergency response impacts, and reduced long-term insurance and recovery costs for the residents of this city. I urge the council to preserve the requirement for the residential sprinklers. It's an upfront cost for the builders that saves lives, protects property, reduces damages, and lowers overall community risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lori Young.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Lori Young. I'm the Executive Director of the Adams 14 Education Foundation. Last year, I am thrilled to announce that we awarded $375,000 in scholarships. The Adams 14 Education Foundation gives away or matches about $72,000 worth of scholarships to our students here in the Adams 14 School District. So in order to make up that extra $72,000, we have a fundraiser every year, All In for Scholars fundraiser. And I'm here asking for a $1,000 sponsorship for our fundraiser. It's an incredible community event where we get to introduce a lot of new people to our scholars and our scholarship program. And I would be honored and thrilled if you would consider a sponsorship for our event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Priya Mahesh.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Priya Mahesh. I work for Century Communities, and I'm talking here today with all of you to just support to make the fire sprinklers optional in single-family detached houses. I'm also a proud resident of Commerce City. I've lived in Commerce City for the last 4 years, and I'm loving it. But I don't think 4 years ago I would have been able to afford my house if there were any additional charges like adding fire sprinklers to the houses. But as a home builder, we're seeing so many additional costs in terms of impact fees, in terms of install, and in terms of just making a house affordable and safe and of the highest quality for our homeowners. And it has been a challenge. We don't really know we can't really predict when the market's gonna get better, when the house prices can become lower, or when the interest rates would become better. So that our homeowners can afford to buy more homes, but anything that we can help out with, we want to, because we're still providing top quality houses and will continue to do so. There are a lot of people or homeowners who are not able to qualify to buy certain houses just because of like a $7,000 to $10,000 increase because of sprinklers. And then just so many other factors like this. And I would strongly need your support to continue to not require sprinklers at any of the single-family detached houses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next in-person speaker is Mike Eggleston.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mike Eggleston. I own H2O Fire Protection. We're a fire sprinkler contractor here in Commerce City, and we are doing some of the single-family houses within here. My biggest thing, I've been in fire protection for 45 plus years, and I can tell you in those 45 years, the systems that my company has installed or companies that I worked for before that have saved lives. And that's what this is about. This is about saving people's lives. It's not about dollars and cents. I understand developers have a thing. I'm a businessman. I get it. We have to make money in order to survive. But my number one thing when I got into the life safety was I was looking out for the people in our community to be able to hopefully save their lives if there is a fire that happens within their house. Over the years, I've seen lots of different studies, different things, and overall, fire sprinklers are very effective at what they are built and done for. One of the things we're seeing lately, EV fires. EV cars, vehicles are becoming standards to a lot of people, and when they catch on fire, they are almost impossible to stop. But just recently, there was a fire in Erie. In the garage, the house was sprinkled. It stopped it from spreading into the house. Those are the kind of things that I'm looking for and I think we need to do. And to eliminate the fire sprinkler system in these new builds is not the way to go. We need to look at the saving of possible lives. The other thing is that's out there is pollution. When a house fire goes and it is complete going, you have smoke pollution and you have tons of water pollution because you are putting thousands of gallons a minute onto this fire to extinguish it, and all of that is going to the city sewers, to the city storm drains, and into our lakes and rivers. I would strongly hope that you would look at not reducing this ordinance and continue maintaining the fire sprinkler system in Commerce City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Randy Bauer.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Randy Bauer, and I'm with Oakwood Homes. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask for your support in amending the mandatory fire sprinkler ordinance for new single-family homes. I want to begin by saying that fire safety is important to all of us, but the reality is we're also facing a housing affordability crisis, and every added mandate, no matter how well-intentioned, drives up the cost of building a home. Fire sprinkler systems can add thousands of dollars to the price of a new home, and for many working families, that added cost is the difference between being able to buy a home here or being priced out of the market entirely. This is not about opposing fire safety. It's about giving homeowners the freedom to make informed choices that are right for their budget and their needs. Sprinkler systems should be an option, not a mandate. Additionally, homeowners today are well informed. If fire sprinklers are a priority for them, they will choose to include them. By forcing every new home to include costly systems by law, strips away that choice and adds to the growing burden of housing costs. By amending this ordinance, we can remove an unnecessary financial barrier and take one small but meaningful step toward improving housing attainability in Commerce City. Let's trust the residents to make the right decisions for themselves and for their families. And let's work together to keep home ownership within reach for more people. Thank you for your time and service to the city.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Keith Rogers.
Evening, Mayor, Council, City Management. Hey, still have the same freaking problems. Everything's getting crazy again. We've still got residential people over there just partying all night long. Nothing ever gets done. Working on vehicles, transferring tags, still going on. Over here at the rec center, motorhome's been parked in that lot, taking up 2 spaces, no tags on it, for at least a month. Nobody's looking at that. We still have a tractor parked in the street that's been there for months now. Nothing's been done about that. We've got speeders. We've got the go-karts again. Nobody ever shows up anymore. 90% of Commerce City residents have quit calling the police because they don't show up. We need to get this changed. Somebody's going to get hurt seriously. There's going to be property damage, possibly even somebody killed. We need to start getting things moving. We also need to start moving on that Colorado Boulevard. We're tired of being flooded. We need something fixed, and we need it fixed now. You know, it's not your property flooding out every time it rains real hard. We're tired of it over there. We need drainage, and we need it now. Snow flies, we're still going to need drainage. So we need to start moving on a few things, not spending money where it's not really needed. I noticed there's road construction signs for Colorado Boulevard on the north end. That's already been done. So what are they doing now? Wasting our money?
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker will be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, Council, City Management. I think Mr. Rogers kind of touched quite a bit on bases that we needed to speak about, except for the fact of the heavy traffic with the semis and the asphalt trucks and stuff coming through. Yesterday, I was leaving to go to my daughter's, and I was on Brighton Boulevard and 68th. Car in the right-hand lane, I'm in the left-hand lane to go straight to get onto 6 and 85. And thank goodness I looked, because if I hadn't have, the whole side of my daughter's car on the right-hand side would have been wiped out. I lay on my horn and the guy starts slamming on his brakes. Something has to get done, guys. We have to do something in that area. Now, I'm gonna touch bases on this fire thing. I did not know it was happening tonight. So I hope everybody behind me is listening, and I hope every single one of you listen. I don't know how or why or what you're gonna do about it, but the sprinkler systems have to go into those homes. Some cost has to be arranged for people to have safety. I had my daughter lose her home in a fire, and my youngest daughter had to jump from the 3rd floor and got seriously hurt. I lost a niece and a nephew Christmas morning on a fire, and they didn't have a sprinkler system. So if you don't know what it's like to lose a family member of a death of a fire, well, trust me, I do. And when you can't even have an open casket because they're burned so bad, it's unbelievable. You guys need to really think about this, and so does everybody behind me. Because what is your family's life worth? Is it worth a few
Ms. Valdez.
dollars that you might not
Ms. Valdez,
afford?
Ms. Valdez, make sure you address council.
It's,
Thank you.
it's serious.
Thank you. Our next in-person speaker will be Lauren Simpson.
Hello, Mayor and Council, and thank you. After the previous speaker, I first want to issue my condolences for your losses. I too have had a family member injured in a fire. Though I'm not here to speak on that today. Most of you already know me. I'm Arvada Mayor Lauren Simpson. It's a real pleasure to be here with all of my colleagues. But I'm even happier to be here under my new role as Executive Director of the Feline Fix here in Commerce City. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the Feline Fix is a low-cost spay-neuter, microchip, and vaccine provider of cat welfare to pets, as well as our stray and feral populations here in the entire Denver metro area, but especially to our Commerce City community. I've been in this job for exactly 60 days, and I can already say I think this job has brought me more joy than any job I have ever had. I'm a cat person, you guys. I really like cats, and I can see which one of you do too on your faces. So I will say this is a really important mission that we do. We subsidize veterinary costs for our four-legged friends so that people can continue to maintain care for their beloved pets because they are part of the family. I want to thank Councilmember Dukes for coming and touring our clinic here recently, as well as Councilmember Teeter, who is setting up a tour. And I invite each and every one of you to come and tour our operations as well as meet our kittens that are up for adoption. I also want to acknowledge that Councilmember Dukes has put us up for a sponsorship. We are a nonprofit organization. Our clinic does not operate at a for-profit or even a break-even formula. We rely on the generosity of others to be able to provide this much-needed care for our four-legged family members. And so as a result of this, we have a very special event coming up on December 2nd, Giving Tuesday, which is going to be a Holidays with Sinatra event. We have one of the nation's leading Frank Sinatra impersonators doing a holiday Christmas concert. We hope you will all join us. And I thank Councilmember Dukes for putting in for a sponsorship. I hope you will consider it, and thank you for caring for all of your constituents, whether they walk on two legs or four.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our next in-person speaker will be Tim Trossel.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Trossel, owner of American Sprinkler. We're a family-owned fire protection company in the Denver metro area for the last 40 years. I'm here to talk about fire protection. It's not a new code that some people may be aware. 2009, the International Fire Code and the International Residential Code said fire protection will be mandatory in all homes. Building departments across the nation have been voting that out and deleting it out of the building code for well over 20 years. So it's not like it's snuck up on the builders and go, oh my gosh, we got to do sprinklers today. It's been around for a while. So I applaud you guys stepping forward in 2023 to put it forward to say, we're here to save lives. Imagine waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of a smoke alarm going off. The air is thick, visibility is low, and every second counts. At that moment, in a home fire system, could be the difference between life or death. Your alarms are going off. By the time you get up and start to move through the house, a fire sprinkler will have that fire out. Average activation time is less than 3 minutes from a fire starting. Very quick activated. Your smoke detector is going off. By the time you're getting out of your bedroom and trying to find your loved ones, 3 minutes has gone by. The fire sprinkler is activated. Under 5 minutes, the fire is out. You are out of the house safely with your family. The fire department is showing up at approximately an 8-minute response time, and they come in there to shut the control valve off and say, we have approximately 120 gallons of water damage, very little smoke damage, and everybody is safe. You guys can probably go back in your house and spend the night. We're gonna have to get a shop vac out and clean the water. Most fire sprinklers are, as they talked about, are activated. One sprinkler activates. There's burn units that we would love to have the NFSA people come up and do a burn unit anytime for any builders that shows 2 units side by side. At 8 minutes, it's gone. The other one, at 3 minutes, there's no smoke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last in-person speaker will be Dan Galasso. Dan, you signed up for 2 items, so you'll have a total of 4 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Douglas, council members, and staff. My name is Dan Galasso. I'm at 5035 South Roslyn Street, number 400, Greenwood Village, A0111, and I'm with Tri Point Homes, a builder here in Commerce City. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of Ordinance 2732, which would make fire sprinklers optional instead of mandatory in all new homes. Let me begin by saying Builders care deeply about safety. We're not here to say we don't care about safety. We build homes for families. We build homes for our friends, our neighbors, and for sometimes our employees. I personally live in a Tri-Point home and in a Tri-Point neighborhood. Over the past 2 years, we've seen how the current sprinkler mandate adopted in 2023 has made it harder for both builders and buyers to keep housing attainable and affordable. Local sprinkler bids for homes currently being built in Commerce City show installation costs between $6,000 and $12,000 per home. I believe those were in the packet from the HBA. And that depends on the model and layout. Once you add design fees, overhead, and permitting, the total cost often exceeds roughly $450 per square foot or $15,000 per home. Now, there was some dispute earlier about our Confidence Plumbing bid. That is an itemized proposal that came straight from Confidence Plumbing, given to Tri-Point. It does have some water system items in it. Those are water system items that are specific to the fire sprinkler system. They're not additional. If you were to look through those, for example, there's 3/4-inch Uponor white pipe, red lettering for hot water lines. That is a fire sprinkler specific pipe that gets installed for the fire sprinklers. It's not part of the housing system. So that's to say that we're including stuff is a little bit misleading. This bid comes from Confidence Plumbing. When we ask them for the proposal, they are to back out the stuff that's not specific to the fire department or to the fire sprinklers, and then add it back in at the new rate for fire sprinkler specific items. Oversized check valves, oversized PRVs, those type of items. When they're oversized, they cost more. So they go into this proposal, and that reflects in the bottom line that you see here, the $11,490. So it's a little misleading to just say that there's costs that are doubled up. That's not the case here. That $15,000 per home for a typical family, that's the difference between being able to buy a home or being priced out entirely. According to national data, every $1,000 increase in a home's price disqualifies 2,373 households from qualifying for a mortgage. At $15,000 for a sprinkler system, this equates to over 35,000 households being priced out due to a sprinkler system. There was a mention earlier that we could just follow the 8-foot side setback and that solves it, right? Development in this area costs about $2,500 per linear foot. That adds 6 feet. Going from a 5-foot side setback to an 8-foot side setback adds 6 feet to the lot width needed for a home. 6 feet at about $2,500 a linear foot is again $15,000. So we end up trapped whichever way we go on the cost front there. As you know, here in Commerce City, development fees are currently $41,000 per home. That's not including water taps, and that added cost is significant. The added sprinkler cost is significant. Most of our neighboring communities, including Denver, Aurora, Parker, and Thornton, have not mandated sprinklers in single-family homes, and others are considering a similar ordinance to the ordinance here before you this evening. Additionally, there's 46 states nationally that do not have a sprinkler mandate. There are 2 that have some requirements based on a sprinkler, based on size and height of the building, and there are 2 that still require it, California and Maryland. Commerce City shouldn't be at a disadvantage to the neighboring communities, and that's what this does, is put you at a disadvantage to neighboring communities. Good news is homes today are safer than ever. We now build, includes hardwired interconnected smoke alarms, modern wiring, and proper egress standard. Data shows those code improvements alone have cut home fires by 50% since 1980. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all we have for speakers.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for their coming forward and providing comments to everyone on council here. Members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail, and written comments were received by the deadline, and they were incorporated into the updated agenda packet. If a follow-up is necessary, you should be expected to be contacted by a staff member. Okay, up next, notice of council business, recreational vehicle and abandoned vehicle enforcement. I will invite Councilmember Ford to introduce this item.
I didn't realize it was under me, but yes, I believe this is Councilman Duke's item.
Well, it says you're the presenter and Councilmember Dukes is the sponsor.
Councilman Dukes is a sponsor?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll introduce this.
Councilmember Dukes, are you taking the place of Councilmember Ford?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
take the place of Councilmember Ford. Let me.
You may proceed. Thank you.
So this is a request we brought together last. It's actually a part of the public comment today as well. As we know, across our city, there has been challenges with RVs parked with tags and without tags, and not a clear direction on how to approach those so that it doesn't become a burden for our residents and for our challenges across our city. And so with this motion, as I pull it up here in a second. With this motion, this is an opportunity for us to ask our city staff to think through and look at what neighboring cities are doing to address this problem, because as we know, this is not unique to Commerce City, but it is a front-range issue. But we want to be on the forefront to make sure we have clear policies that actually remove these RVs, that if they're not parked legally, if they don't have tags, we need to have an approach to make sure that this is addressed across our city. So in that, this is a motion. I'd like to make a motion directing the city manager and staff to look into how neighboring jurisdictions regulate the parking of recreational vehicles and identify potential solutions and revisions to the city municipal code. That is a motion.
Okay. Councilmember Ford?
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chacon?
Is there any way we can add a friendly amendment to include data from trucks? We have a lot in the north of semis parking on residential streets. So it's kind of the same issue to some degree, just because I know there is no trucking stop there, but then just also knowing the data of where they're parking, why they're parking there, things like that.
And sorry, Councilmember Chacon, I didn't hear the first part of it. So the data, looking at our code to revise and look at RVs plus semi-trucks that are parked illegal. I'm open, I would love to run that by the city manager around. Logically, it makes sense in terms, these are two vehicles that are parked, whether it's private or public, and then there's probably some semi-trucks that don't have tags as well. And so curious, does that create more complications for this ordinance?
City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Dukes, for that question. And to answer yours, ma'am, when we look at it from the regulations that we have in place, we do not get to that level of specificity. How we have it is vehicle. And we define vehicle very broadly to include a fifth wheel trailer, a RV, a semi. So it's already covered within the regulations or within the motion that you would be looking for us to address through progressive discipline for inoperable vehicles and abandoned vehicles. So it doesn't change the outcome or the data collection in which we're already doing today in our citations.
So would we have to bring like a whole other amendment just for enforcement if we see illegal parking for semis?
So I think what is before you today is the enforcement. So to broaden our tools under the municipal code sections that govern the recreational but also abandoned vehicles. So we would apply that uniformly regardless of it being an RV.
Okay, so it would be applicable to a semi.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Councilmember Chacon, would you like to withdraw your friendly amendments and start included? Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
I do.
Councilmember Dukes?
Sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you.
I don't see you on here. Thank you.
Are you suggesting then that it is broadly applied even though it's specific to recreational vehicles? That's the motion, is specific to recreational vehicles.
So while the motion may be narrow, we have a duty to look at the vehicle that is operating within our rights of way. And we look at it as whether you are a passenger vehicle, a recreational vehicle, or a semi, we have to apply enforcement equitably and uniformly. So while yes, we're looking at recreational vehicles, it's going to be drafted as such for how we have it applied today, which is any and all on our public streets.
Is there a way of wording it so it's clearer?
So at the heart of the motion, we're looking at how to effectively increase the tools for progressive discipline on inoperable vehicles and abandoned vehicles. I think the notion that was discussed last week is we have a prevalence for RVs, while also it does not then limit us with what we have to look at with semis or passenger vehicles, or like I said, the other ones that we would broadly apply within our right-of-way.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I'm hearing is when we have the report, the data is going to show the different categories of vehicles, RV, semi-trucks, and I think that's the heart of Councilwoman Chacon's request, is that we're going to see the data for all of it, and I appreciate that. And I don't want to get too much in the weeds, and so what I'm hearing you say is that with the data, with this motion, we'll be able to get to the bottom of it with the recommendations on how to address this, as we hear as a big issue across our city. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with the fact that this is on inoperable type of vehicles or junk vehicles or abandoned vehicles. To Councilwoman Chacon's point, most of these semis are parking on the side of the road and they're operable and they have tags, wouldn't be considered junk or abandoned, but they're parking where they shouldn't be parking, all over the city. This, I think, was brought forward specifically to deal with motorhomes, just like the gentleman mentioned earlier. There's one been parked at the rec center for a month and has no tags. We need to figure out what other cities are doing and how they're dealing with it, because it doesn't shed well with our residents to have junk vehicles parked on our city streets that we can't do anything about. So I'm looking forward to the information and am open to an addition to, or even an additional motion on semi-truck parking in Commerce City. That's all.
City Manager
Thank you.
Rogers.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mayor. Looking at information from our existing municipal code, just as a reminder, the progressive discipline, to your point, we look at it under Title 11 of the municipal code, under large vehicles as well, and there is a strict prohibition, no allowance for large vehicles, which semis would be classified as, for any time within a residential zone or adjacent to a residential lot, subject to if they are loading and unloading for a 48-hour period. So Mayflower pulls up in front of your home, able to pull furniture and so forth off, pack up what you have, and then they leave. The issue that you're talking about, inherently as we're thinking about the tools in place that govern inoperable vehicles also governs what we have for large vehicles underneath the municipal code. So there's going to be some carryover effect, and we'd be remiss if we didn't share with you that data. So I wasn't very clear about it, that we'd be remiss if we didn't share the data with respect to large vehicles, inoperable vehicles, and abandoned, because they all will fall within the same subset of enforcement tools being granted to us underneath of the municipal code. The abandoned vehicles falls into a different section of the municipal code, as well as the model traffic code, which allows for some criminal enforcement due to certain circumstances being present. But since we're dealing with nuisance conditions, we have to look at that uniformly, to which, like I said, will come together for you all in that representation of information.
Thank you.
City Manager Rogers, so this is just this will come back to us as an ordinance, correct?
Correct. I think, the first step that we would lay out to you is obviously what the research shows with respect to other municipalities when dealing with inoperable abandoned, but also looking at large vehicles given the code sections in which they both rely upon. And then we would outline what we believe is the path forward and what an ordinance could be applied to the situations and the circumstances that we have before us.
Okay. So when this ordinance comes back after looking at other jurisdictions within this matter, so everything that we spoke about tonight will be included and will be refined So if there's any additions that need to be made at that point, we can add that in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the floor is to direct city manager and staff to look into how neighboring jurisdictions regulate the parking of recreational vehicles, and to identify potential revisions to the city municipal code.
Mayor Douglas, how do you vote?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that passes unanimously with 9 yes votes. Okay, on to consent agenda. The consent agenda, items includes, let me back up here, I'm going too fast. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. These items are presented to council with a single motion and a vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion, separate vote. Tonight, there are 9 items in consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Councilmember Chacon.
I wish to move to read the proclamation, both of them, Proclamation 25036 and Proclamation 25037.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
I was going to ask to remove 25-37, but that's already been
Okay,
asked
thank
for.
you. All right. Any other council members? Okay. All right, and a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Chacon.
Second.
Okay. Will the clerk read the titles and take a roll call vote, please?
Minutes of the October 6, 2025 regular meeting. Sponsorship for Adams 14 Foundation fundraiser. Sponsorship for the Feline Fix fundraiser. Proclamation declaring November 1st, 2025 as Extra Mile Day in Commerce City. Ordinance 2733, an ordinance amending the section 21-9230 of the Land Development Code to repeal the water acquisition fee. Resolution 2025-099, a resolution authorizing award of a contract for Highway 2 median improvements from the East 96th Avenue to East 104th Avenue project to Concrete Express Incorporated, DBA CEI or CEI Constructors. Resolution 2025-156, a resolution approving a First Amendment to an agreement regarding final design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for Fairfax Park Detention and Outfall with the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District. Your vote is open.
Thank you. We did.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay, it passed unanimously with 9 yes votes. Okay, go to the pool proclamations. I will invite DEI Commissioner Chair Iona Longsoldier. Is she here tonight? And Councilmember Chacon to read an Native American Heritage Month proclamation. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me back. So this is about the Native American Heritage Month proclamation. So I'd like to read the proclamation for all of us now. So whereas the City of Commerce City supports the Native American and Indigenous community and honors their many contributions to the health of the city, Commerce City remains committed to treating all people with fairness and respect. And whereas members of the Commerce City Native American and Indigenous Peoples community have always served as valuable members of our country in every capacity. And whereas Native American and Indigenous residents have enriched the diverse community of Commerce City through their participation in city government, the arts, religious and civil institutions, education, and community organizations. And whereas the City of Commerce City believes that all people deserve to be protected from bullying, harassment, discrimination, and health disparities, and convey a clear message that intolerance is not welcome in our community. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of Commerce City hereby declares the month of November 2025 to be Native American Heritage Month in the City of Commerce City, and encourages all residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the Native American and Indigenous Peoples community, and to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to do more. We're going to do one at a time for the resolution. We're going to do for the proclamation. I'm sorry. We'll invite Councilmember Chacon to read the proclamation for the Cultural Council.
Sorry, it's pulling it up. I was gonna say. Councilmember Douglas, do you want to instead? You have the copy. Would you like to instead?
Councilmember Douglas?
You are certainly welcome to read it.
I'll go halfway, and then you do the rest. We'll do it together. Cultural Council Recognition Proclamation. Whereas the Music in the Park series has become a cherished tradition in Commerce City, offering residents and visitors an opportunity to enjoy live music in a beautiful community-focused setting. And whereas the Cultural Council and staff have demonstrated exceptional dedication, creativity, and organizational skill in planning and executing the 2025 Music in the Park season. And whereas their efforts have not only provided outstanding entertainment, but have also fostered community engagement, supported local artists, and enhanced the cultural vibrancy of Commerce City.
I would love to have the members of the Cultural Council who are present to stand for the rest of this proclamation. And whereas the 2025 in the park season has been marked by a diverse lineup of performances, drawing audiences of all ages, backgrounds, and strengthening the bonds within our community. And whereas the success of the year's Music in the Park series would not have been possible without the hard work and commitment of the Cultural Council and staff, who have gone above and beyond to ensure the enjoyment and safety of all attendees. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, hereby recognizes members of the Commerce City Cultural Council and Commerce City staff for their outstanding contributions to the 2025 Music in the Park season. We expressed our deepest gratitude for their tireless efforts and dedication to enriching the cultural life of our city. Be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation is hereby presented to the Cultural Council and staff as a token of our appreciation and a recognition of their exemplary service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I need to back up here. Both proclamations have been read, and then I'm asked the City Council for a motion and a second to approve the Native American Heritage Month proclamation.
Want to make a motion? Can I make a motion to approve the proclamation for Native American Heritage Month?
Okay, Councilmember Ford?
Second.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation for Native American Heritage Month proclamation.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next one is I need a motion and a second to approve the Cultural Council proclamation. Councilmember Douglas?
So moved.
Councilmember Kim?
Second.
Okay, the motion was to approve the Cultural Council proclamation.
Your vote is open.
Thank you. Okay, that passed unanimously as well. Do we have the proclamations framed? Okay, I will invite DEI Commissioner Chair Iona Long Soldier forward. Please take a picture with the City Council. And then right after that, Cultural Council, who's here, come up second to take a picture with us as well. Okay, let's see, we've got 3 minutes. All right, public hearing. City Manager Rogers, can we proceed to public hearing, or we want to pause at 7:20, or we're?
I think we are on track, Mayor. We have a general not to begin, so
Okay.
I think you are on track to keep moving forward with the agenda, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, on to public hearing. Tonight's public hearing is on the 2026 city budget. I want to open the public hearing. We'll ask Christopher Johnson, Budget Manager, to make the presentation. Evening.
Good evening, and thank you once again to City Manager Rogers and the City Council for allowing me to present to this body. Today, we open the public hearing and bring to you the 2026 City of Commerce City proposed 2026 budget. There's been several key considerations for the 2026 budget. This is a year-long process. We started early in the year with working out our base budgets and starting the capital investment program process. We've moved through and evaluated and prioritized both decision packages as well as capital projects, and came forward with recommendations to set up those budgets for the year. We've maintained effective employee compensation and benefits plan, and we've ensured that we've handled our debt and interest payments for the upcoming year. The finalized 2026 budget uses our available resources to meet the current needs of the city, and it will maintain a healthy fund balance to continue to promote a solid approach to our spending and our savings. As part of this year, there's been several dates with council as we started in middle July to present the 2026 draft capital investment program. And then throughout the month of August, we had several touch points where we met over different aspects of the 2026 budget, including all the funds of the city. That culminated in the council budget workshop at 9/8. And as we bring all the final numbers to you to open the public hearing tonight. Since our last meeting at the budget workshop, we've had our final position budgeting refresh. We ran our internal service fund allocations and our 2K allocation, included a couple revenue revisions, including incorporation of our settlement of opioid funding for community well-being program. And we set up a new department to start January 1st of economic opportunities and community vitality. I apologize for the typo there. And then we implementation of budget balancing measures that were approved by this body. Looking over our fund balance again, you see we started the year with 56 in unassigned, and through council action this year, along with the amount we are using to balance the 2026 budget, we will still be at 24, just shy of 24.5 million. For our 2K fund balance, you could see we started at 9.8, and with the use of the transfer to the capital expenditure fund this year, as well as our budgeted use of fund balance to the capital expenditure funds, we should end just over 5 million. To recap the sources and uses, we have a total of 141.9 million brought in, and then through our distributions to departments as well as debt service and legal, we have a total expenditures of 129.4 million, which leads us to initial income of 12.5. When we factor in our debt transfers as well as transfers to the capital investment program, you see our ending amount is just over 8.2 million. When we split that between non-2K, you see that 4.2 million we are scheduling to use in general fund balance, as well as a 3.9 million in 2K to round it out. A little recap on the city's mill levy. Our Commerce City property tax is our only revenue that is subject to TABOR, which is the taxpayer bill of rights here in Colorado. This city, we are restricted in the amount we can go up, so we apply a temporary mill levy when our amount exceeds that amount, which is the case for this year. So there will be a temporary mill reduction of 0.667 to bring our 2025 mill levy for taxes collected next year to just over 2.6. Just to recap the capital expenditures fund, this amount includes the additional 2 million to our 1A projects, and you see we bring in our CIP revenues as well as some fund balance, and then the transfer in from several areas to round out in 24.1 million in capital projects budgeted for 2026. As we are nearing the end of the process, the only remaining step will be the closing of the budget hearing in a couple weeks. So at this time, I invite any questions you all may have.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, so there's been a lot of talk in the community about the 16.3 million in addition for the substation in the north. And I'm concerned about that as well. And that going into this budget presentation means that if we adopt this, that is a given, and that will be allotted for that substation. Can you tell me where the initial money has been shown? Is it in another budget? Is it in this budget? Because I know that there was 25 million that was allotted for that previously, and this is additional funding, and I'm concerned about it.
City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. So to answer your question, ma'am, approval of the budget does not approve the 16.3. There is a separate budget appropriation ordinance that was heard on October 6th and will then be heard on second reading on November 3rd. for the 16.3, which that 16.3 is being sourced from the unassigned general fund balance. The money that you speak of that has already been appropriated for the substation is located within our capital improvement program fund for infrastructure and facilities.
I appreciate that, but it is listed within this budget, the 16.3.
Great question. With every budget appropriation that occurred before the calendar year, you'll see that there are a number of other budget appropriations. For example, you see $300,000 in Ordinance 2670. What we're showing you is what is the ending balance of the unassigned general fund balance for 2025, then effectively what is then being used from the unassigned general fund balance to then balance the 2026 budget to give you what will then be in totality, the total amount, but also then what we have in our 2K fund balances as well, as you see on the screen.
But it's listed on here, and so it's included. And I understand it's a separate ordinance. I understand that it is yet to be approved on second reading. However, it is listed here, and if I approve this budget, then I am saying yes to that, which I cannot do.
If I may, ma'am, that's factually incorrect because once again, it's a separate budget. What you have is a slide presentation that is depicting information as it currently stands as of today. So once again, what you're approving in the 2026 budget is literally the amount that would be used to balance the 2026 budget that you see in the bottom line, and that's been accounted for.
I understand that, but that does not mean that I can agree with this the way it's being presented.
That's fair.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I had a similar question, but since City Manager Rogers, you are confirming that this is simply a slide depicting what could be removed from the general fund in order to have a budget. It doesn't mean that the 16.3 million is automatic going forward unless we vote for it on second reading.
That is correct. Everything up to Ordinance 2723 has been approved and appropriated on first and second reading. The only one that has gone through first reading awaiting second would be Ordinance 2723.
Okay, so we wound up with no deficit?
We have no deficit. We have balanced the budget, and that's been presented to you tonight.
Okay, and that means that there is a balance of 5 million?
No, remaining unassigned general fund balance after that will be 24.4. What you're looking at, a balance of 5.1 is out of the 2K itself.
Okay. When we began, well, midway through this process, you had told us that we were $2 million in deficit.
Are you talking about the back of one of the budget workshops?
Yes.
Yes, and that information, so I'm just gonna say this, what you see on that slide is what's been presented to this council since July. When we've had these questions around the 2.8, 2.7, at those workshops, can't speak to the particular responses for each workshop that we've had, which have been 5. We have addressed where that 2.7 versus what was necessary to balance the budget after shifts into our CIP. So all of this information with respect to that has been provided to the council.
All right, because I don't want to be working with magic numbers that we suddenly go from a $2 million deficit to a $24.4 million surplus.
You've always had 24.49 presented to you in each of the presentations, ma'am.
All right, and how did we have a $2 million deficit?
That was not for the unassigned general fund balance. That was looking at a 2.7, 2.8 deficit for, correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Johnson, that it was 2.7, 2.8 for balancing the 2025 budget or carryover of 2025.
Well, the 2.7 was actually when we combined the budget together before the CIP transfers.
Thank you, sir.
Legally, because of our bond language with the 2K bonds, we have to separate it out into two separate fund balances. But when we present it together, it will combine as our total city budget. So when we started out, the total city budget had that deficit of 2.7. Before, we transferred 6.4 million to the CIP. So that is what brought it to the numbers you have today.
Well, I think that's very impressive because we were also brought a wish list from several departments, and they had to cut their wish lists in order to meet these budget restrictions, such as the city attorney's office cut back on some of its budget. So I wish I felt comfortable with this process because over the course of these weeks, the numbers seem to have moved. Thank you.
City Manager Rogers?
I want to make sure that it is clear on the public statement that the numbers that were presented to you at your last workshop on September 9th, as well as the direction to cut another $1 million, in addition to the numbers that were presented to you on September 9th, have not changed since council taking action and approving what has been presented to you tonight. I want to make sure that that is publicly clear, that these numbers have been presented and represented, factually correct, as per required by state law, as well as what drives our charter and the driven vision and goals by the city council and the actions that you all have taken in September. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Rogers, just to confirm here, when I look at the unassigned general fund balance, so in layman's terms, what I understand as the unassigned general fund balance essentially is that it's basically quote unquote, in layman's terms, slush. It's extra money that's just sitting there for whatever usage that we need to use to help cover whatever potential projects or potential improvements that we may need to use, correct?
I wouldn't call it slush, I would call it fund balance, additional funds that we've received that in which we have met our various obligations, as you see with our Tabor 2K outlay and obviously operating and safeguard reserves that has been accumulated over various years, to which we are able then to assign that to one-time projects or operations. Philosophically, I have a hard time applying it to operations, knowing that that is not necessarily renewable or a sustainable practice. So we have, as you see up on the screen, we have applied to one-time projects that we know have a definitive time point and will not have a recurring cost to the organization, in which we would have to find elsewhere in upcoming budgets.
And just from your knowledge base, do we have any form of policy or governance surrounding what to use what we can and cannot use the unassigned general fund balance for?
We do not.
So do you think that might be ideal that maybe this body was to be able to explore that a little bit further with regards to how we can ensure that we're not mismanaging funds and kind of having that type of discussion?
I would love to have that conversation on the philosophical approach of the unassigned general fund balance. From a policy-making perspective, that would lead into policy implementation and obviously demonstration of that in our annual budget.
Thank you very much. I would also agree to that statement as well, as we want to make sure that the funds that it's in there is not just being potentially misappropriated for something else. Obviously, mismanagement, we want to make sure there's full transparency and accountability as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Kim, I think that's a fantastic idea. When we think about policy and governance, this will help us have some standardization of how we look at our unassigned general fund balance in the near future. So I look forward to supporting you if you move forward with that, because ultimately that's our goal. And I think I still have 5 minutes, Brittany. Sorry, or 30 seconds now. But so ultimately, I think that's our goal, to make sure there's standardization for the future. So it's not one-time comments or whatnot. So there's a consistent approach to our city. I just wanted to, since we're in a public hearing, I want to kind of reframe what I heard and just make sure that I'm correct on, not correct, but I'm understanding this as you presented it. The first is that we had 5 study sessions about our budget. When I look at this chart, it shows that we spend a lot of time on our CIP balance, right? Our CIP list. We prioritized that. I remember we looked at the buckets and thought through what are the the right prioritized. And we also walk through a dashboard to say, hey, these are our prioritized CIP projects. And my understanding with the CIP project is it's a prioritization matrix where, hey, we together came and said, what are our priorities as a city? We have a full list of them, but we as a joint body said, this is what we feel should be the priority. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it looks like, so we did that first, because my understanding is we did that at the beginning, because as we start thinking about budget sessions, looking at the CIP prioritization feeds into our slides and our budget, or general fund, correct?
Correct.
So we were all in agreement on our CIPs. And then we had another session that talked about the budget and discussed it in more detail, which we did have an in-depth discussion around the unassigned general funds, what's not in there, what is in there, but it's all based on our CIP. And also I remember us talking about our priorities as a council, and we talked about Derby, public safety, et cetera. Was that part of that conversation?
Yes.
And so after, so that was session 1, session 2, and session 3, we discussed that. And then we had a council workshop that, again, refined our discussions about the different buckets of funds that we have available, we use to help our city move forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so I appreciate the city staff for going through this really robust process, as we're not there day to day, so understanding the different buckets of funds and the ability, you guys played a role in trying to toggle between too much information, not enough information, but ultimately I think we landed at a good spot in terms of understanding how all these bucket of funds play together to help create a healthy balance and a healthy budget. Is that what I'm hearing?
That is correct.
And then when I see this budget balance sheet on page 5, what this communicates to me is that we have a healthy budget, meaning that we're not in a deficit, correct?
That is correct.
And that's pretty impressive, especially when we know our surrounding neighbors are struggling with some of the budgets and they're looking at some pretty big reductions. I think our biggest challenge, what I'm hearing from our 5 sessions, was that when we think about our unassigned general balance, which is additional extra funds that's not assigned in a general fund, we can create a better policy to strengthen what that looks like to have a healthy balance, right? That's kind of, or what we deem as healthy in terms of dipping too much into it.
Indeed.
And in your professional experience, is that, I always believe there's good and bad problems, right? We all got problems, but is this a good problem to have for us at this current point as a city to say we're looking at how we use our unassigned general balance to make sure we don't dip too much in it?
Yes, I think we're coming to a pivotal and critical point just with where markets are trending, what we're seeing in our community, right? We talk about GDP, we talk about inflation, we talk about the things that impact and trickle down to how we receive sales and use tax and our expenditures to provide those services. So as we continue to see that, having a better, I'll call it vision and policy around the unassigned general fund balance, dovetailing with our long-term financial plan, will better put us in a position of how we continue to remain or to have some level of equilibrium and or, being able to navigate when we're in a deficiency to where we're having like a conversation like tonight.
Thank you. And I guess my last question is, when we look at the remaining unassigned general fund balance, I am understanding throughout the 5 workshops and even the council meetings, we voted on each of these items separately to ensure there's consistency and transparency on what we want to pull out of unassigned general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I understand that some of the votes went certain ways, and that's that's democracy and dais, where we voted on it. It was transparent and there's a conversation, and there'll be a second reading in the near future on one specific item. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I'm again looking at remaining unassigned general fund balance. The last line said amount used to balance 2026 budget, $4,244,077. So we were looking at a $2 million deficit. Now I'm looking at this figure and going, okay, we pulled another 4.2 out to balance the budget. How does that work?
That's the complexities of breaking it down between 2K and non-2K. We always both present it both ways. We present the city budget as a whole, which is where that 2.8 numbers you're coming from. But that number was before we considered our CIP transfer of the 2K fund balance, especially of 6.4 million. So when we split it between the 2K and non-2K, that's where the 4.2 number and the 3.9 number come from.
Okay. And isn't the 2K money supposed to be specified to be spent on specific items?
Yes.
And so is that the case then, or?
Yes, we make sure that the 2K fund balance is only transferred for 2K appropriate items.
But it's put into the unassigned general fund balance?
No, the 2K ones would be that lower box where it says their 2024 2K fund balance, and then the 3.97 will be the use of 2K fund balance in 2026.
Okay, I find this very confusing. Thank you.
Okay, any other council members? All right, I had a question for you here.
Yes, sir.
So ordinance 2689 says ice rink.
Yep.
Is that money, was that for this, is that for 2026 or for that, is that broken up for this winter and then spring?
It'll be both this, and I believe it's this fall, or this fall, winter, and then into 2026 winter.
Okay.
Yep.
So I know that was an ordinance, but as far as the budget goes, it's already been approved.
Yes, sir. Just to give a little bit of background on that, and I'll save the other announcement for later. You see the community events, which was ordinance 2670, that was approved earlier this year. That was for your food truck rodeo, plus thinking about your Merry Market associated with the ice skating rink. We identified the need of an additional $99,000 outside of receiving sponsorship of the ice skating rink as well. So that was the remaining balance. So you see those two ordinances cover what will be going into effect this winter season and ending and concluding into next year.
Okay. So just to be clear, everyone knows that ordinance 2670, community events for 300,000, originally that included the ice rink. And then further investigating on what that would be for the community and the needs, it was found it needed another almost $100,000 in order to bring the ice rink into compliance, correct? As far as,
Yes, I believe so.
okay. We also had a discussion during a study session about the police substation. At that time, it was a consensus for this to be phased in. And I have not seen that come forward with the police department. Even though $16 million right now is up for a second reading, where are we at with the phasing in of the police department?
So I would direct you to the study session summary notes that were sent to you that clarified the discussion around phasing. We had our staff go back and review that. It was for your consideration. It was for me to take into consideration phasing of the building. Nonetheless, that became a moot point where a motion was brought forward for continuing with the delivery of what was presented necessary for that budget at a following notice council business, or ACB item, excuse me, that then brought forward to you as that. We have a contract, as I will clarify as that as well. We have a contract that does not specify an approved square footage. We have a contract that specifies the delivery of a design, which has been appropriated for as of February 2024. We have data and we have studies based on the needs of PD in the Northern Range that have defined the square footage. But what you have before you here tonight is not a discussion around the police substation, but around the 2026 budget. You will have an opportunity to talk about the police substation budget, whether you would like to continue that forward or not, on November 3rd in the amount of 16.3.
Okay, no, I'm asking for the record, so the $16.3 million, that just brings it up around $38 million total if that's accepted on second reading, correct?
I'd have to look at the budget dollar amounts of what we have already appropriated. I believe we have somewhere between 21 and 23, but we'll have to confirm. That 16.3 will get us to a place where we will be able to begin construction. And as we have stated in the past, we will have to look at additional unaudited revenue, like you see on the screen before you. That will close that gap. That will still allow for us to deliver that facility by 2027, as discussed across this year.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, I need a motion to continue the hearing to November 3rd, 2025. Councilmember Douglas.
Yeah, one more question.
Okay.
Like this evening, we had a member of the public come forward, and I've heard the same complaint repeatedly about something as basic as street drainage. Where is something like that budgeted for in this budget?
That is not budgeted within this. That is a specific, that would be considered a specific CIP project. You all will be receiving a presentation on Monday as it pertains to improvements to Colorado Boulevard between 68th and Brighton Boulevard. Just as a reminder, that was a motion that was made by Councilmember Medeiros. I can't remember who the second was, but we had identified that it would be coming back to you all for discussion on if and how you all would like to fund that improvement. But you all will be having that conversation on Monday. If any direction or guidance is given to make those improvements, it would be no different than the appropriation ordinances that you saw on the screen previously, given that it would be coming in 2025.
Well, I know that we approved the money to do the design work, or whatever it was, to look at that project, but to me, that's not addressing the problem at hand, which is a basic need, and we need to provide a budget that is going to address those basic needs.
Sorry, I didn't see about discussion. Anybody else before I close it? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to circle back on a comment you made about the phasing in. I just want to make sure I heard this correctly, is that we had a discussion at a study session about asking you to look at the possibility of a phase-in approach for this police substation. And my understanding with study sessions, it's not formal approval or formal votes that take place in a study session. And then from what I heard you say is that during that study session, this was a recommendation and it became a moot point because we voted on not needing to have a phase-in approach and instead move forward with the recommendation for the 16 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so if that's the case, then we wouldn't need a presentation about a phase-in approach, which was from my recall, was a recommendation, hey, is this a possibility? Can you bring it back to us as an option?
Yeah. And just to put a finer point on it, given that when we entered into the contractual arrangements to design the building, that obviously fell under my purview as the city manager to address the engineering needs and services required on providing level of service into our community. And at that time, to your point, I was asked if I would be willing to consider phasing if phasing was a feasible option at that time. From that point to the following meeting where it was brought on ACB, the shift was to the 16.3 for the consideration of what's necessary for the police department as presented to the council.
Thank you. So we voted to not need a phased approach. There was a discussion about it at the study session, which we have a lot of discussions at study session, but there was no formal action at a study session, which there never is. So we took a formal action to vote for the 16.4 million to move forward with the project.
Correct. And council always has an option to deny 16.3 with respect to what is the consideration for the size of the facility that would address.
And then we are going to have another discussion and second reading to talk through more of that if that changes, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Before I close this out, just to clarify, there was not a discussion about alternate not phasing this in, so I just make sure that's on the record. It was talked about during a study session, and then going forward, wasn't even a chance to discuss this. It wasn't a vote on whether or not to go forward with phasing in, because it was not brought up. So I just want to clarify that. That was not brought up that night. So I just want to make sure that you know, please don't make it look like that was brought up during the night that we're going to have our discussion, because during the council administrative business, the $60 million was brought up. It was not a notice of council business. And I know you addressed that as administrative council business. But just to clarify, we did not have a discussion or a vote with phasing it in.
At the admin council business meeting,
And we didn't.
I wasn't talking about that as phasing. I
No,
was
I
talking
understand
about
that,
the
but you
study
said it was
session.
clarified.
Yes, I said the motion to bring forward an ordinance for 16.3 was notice council business. That was my error. It was an ACB.
No, I understand you made the clarification, but it was not said about the phasing in at that time. It was not noticed at all.
I'm not arguing with that. It was discussed about phasing at that time.
Okay, but it was just brought up that you had sent a letter forward addressing what the concerns were, and that you had the right in order to make sure that phasing in wasn't required. But that's fine. I'm going to close this out because we spent enough time on this. So the motion and second has been brought forward. Okay, the motion on the floor is to continue the hearing until November 3rd, 2025. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote, please.
Mayor, who is the second?
Second was Councilmember Douglas made them, what was it? You were the first, and then,
Mayor, I don't believe there was a motion at all, so we'll need a motion in a second still.
okay. I thought there was a motion on that, and, because I had closed it, okay. Need a motion to continue the hearing until November 3rd, 2025. Councilmember Kim.
All right, I will like to gladly make that motion to move it to November 3rd.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
All right. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, passed unanimously. All right, we're going to recess to the GID and the URA meeting. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will start the URA meeting at 8 o'clock. We'll call the URA meeting to order and ask the secretary to call roll call.
Chair Douglas.
Present.
Vice Chair Noble. Scenic. Vice Chair Noble.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Madera.
Present.
Commissioner Teeter.
Present.
Commissioner Chacon.
Present.
Commissioner Kim. Commissioner Dukes. Commissioner Ford.
Here.
Commissioner Douglas.
Present.
Commissioner Henson.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Amador. And Commissioner Machuga is virtual. Thank you. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Kim,
So moved.
Commissioner Ford. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion pass. We got here 12. All right. Resolution URA 2025-006, transfer a portion of Track F to CCHA. I'd like to invite representative from Del West to make the presentation. Before we start, I want to make sure, Brittany, that this will be 3 minutes instead of 5. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rita Connerly, representing Tract F LLC. I'm with the law firm at Fairfield and Woods, 1801 California Street, Suite 2600, Denver, Colorado, 80202. Thank you for your time this evening. Tract F LLC is requesting your approval of an early transfer of a portion of Tract F to the Commerce City Housing Authority so that the Commerce City Housing Authority may, on or before November 19th, accept an award of $4.7+ million from the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority to construct 124 sale homes on this tract to an AMI of between 70 and 90%. The reason we're here to request your consent to this is because in 2020, when the authority deeded the property to Tract F LLC, it restricted the transfer to another non-affiliated entity until a certificate of occupancy for a dwelling within that tract was approved. Tract F LLC doesn't anticipate receiving its first certificate of occupancy until the first quarter of 2026, and that's too late for the Housing Authority to accept the CHAFA grant. So we're requesting, per the deed, your consent to an early transfer to the Housing Authority. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Douglas.
So this property is currently owned by Del West, is that correct?
By Tract F LLC, which
And
is,
what is Tract FF LLC?
it is an affiliate of Del West. The authority deeded each tract to an affiliate of Del West.
And I understand that there is a $4.75 million so-called grant. It's the 123 money that the voters voted on to offer the developers $300 million a year out of taxpayer dollars for affordable housing, supposedly affordable housing. So can you tell me how much that land was purchased for from the URA?
That was under a master development agreement, and so that parcel was not, it was, the 65 acres was purchased and delivered under a public award process.
And
So,
under the URA, you benefit substantially for having this development within an urban renewal area. Is that correct?
The beneficiary of development within the URA is the city of Commerce City, its constituents, and those who are seeking ownership and affordable product within your jurisdiction.
But you receive tax exemption benefits from being a part of the URA. Is that not correct?
No, Del West, nor Tract F LLC, nor any other private owner receives a tax benefit, tax exemption, tax proration. There's an agreement that there was some funds contributed by the city and the Urban Renewal Authority for some of the public improvements like drainage. But there's not a tax exemption for Del West or Tract F LLC as a private entity.
And this application made by the Housing Authority, which is no longer a part of the city, was for money to purchase land. So this would be for the purchase of the land, which would mean that the 4.75 would go to basically Del West then to purchase their land using the Housing Authority, but using the URA, but going through the Housing Authority to access that 4.75 million. Is that correct?
Assuming the 4.74 million was all awarded to Del West, that is below the appraised value of the land alone. And the project itself for entitlement, for the design, entitlement, financing, marketing, and sale of these affordable units is close to between 48 million and 50 million. It may even be more than that, but it's a minimum of $48 million. But land acquisition is a component of creating this affordable project.
But Del West got this land from the city as part of the URA.
Under the master development agreement through an RFP process, yes, the authority purchased this land in 2011. It essentially adopted an urban renewal plan in 2018, roughly. It sold through a public process this land to Del West after a second attempt at trying to sell this land in 2020, and that deed is one of those deeds is before you today for an early transfer to the Housing Authority to meet the gaps in the sources and uses funding mechanism to provide affordable housing to a certain income bracket in the authority.
I find it very interesting that the Housing Authority has separated itself from the city and is currently dwelling in a space in the landing, which is part of Del West, and that the rent for that space is only $1 a year. All of this sounds like a really sweet deal to me.
Commissioner Noble, Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you. Is it premature to ask for the slide? The Greyhound Master Development Plan slide is part of the package. Next slide. I think if you pull the bar down, there we are. There we are. Can you point out where you're talking about? And then, thank you. And then also, what's the 70 to 90% of AMI? What would those salaries be?
So the Foundry is the parcel that we're discussing. Okay. You'll see it as parcel F2 in brackets, 120 affordable for sale units. And then the AMI at 70% for a family of 4 is roughly $91,280, and 80%, 104,320, and 117,360, for an AMI of 90% for a family of 4.
And who determined the AMI percentage?
I believe that comes from the state of Colorado based on census tract information.
I'm sorry, the 70 to 90% as opposed to 40 to 60%? Who determines what percentage of the AMI?
Oh, that was the basis for the award, is that it would be a minimum of, it would be 70 to 90 roughly percent AMI.
Okay. It would be good to be able to have housing for lower incomes than 91,000 to 104,000. Thank you. And is F1 the other portion that you want to put together?
F1 is already under construction. That is the tract that certificates of occupancy are expected in the first quarter of 2026.
And F2, you're talking about?
Is we would like to transfer that parcel early to your Commerce City Housing Authority in order that it may accept a award from the state Colorado Housing and Finance Authority of $4.7 million.
And after they accept that $4.7 million, where is that money going?
To purchase the property and develop a relationship with Del West for the design, development, financing, construction, marketing, and selling of the land.
All right, so the housing authority will own the land, but Del West will own the building and so forth.
The terms of ownership of the building, they're for sale units, so they will eventually be constructed and sold by the landowner, which is, I assume the Commerce City, you went and talked, I don't, it's that.
Do I need to introduce myself quickly?
That's fine.
Joe Delzato with Del West Development Corp. The intent of this award is Prop 123 came out, and it's 1/10 of 1% of the state budget. And it's a resource that most affordable housing developers are trying to go after because for us to be able, I mean, you had a whole bunch of builders here earlier saying the average price of a house is $500,000. The only way for us to drive the price of a home down is through subsidy. This is one layer of subsidy we're looking at doing. So the only way to win this land banking award was to go and use a nonprofit or a housing authority. So that's how we ended up saying, let's partner with the Commerce City Housing Authority. We're then going to enter into a partnership to work with them where that $4.7 million is a forgivable loan to them. That can drive the cost of these housing down.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for just one moment?
Sure.
Because my time is running out. What will be the price of your homes?
So the intent is to try to deliver them at $299,000 to under $400,000 in the for sale world.
Right, thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So the 4.74 million, that's part of your capital stack to bring this development to fruition?
Yeah. So the housing authority is receiving the money. They're buying the land from us. We're going to enter into a partnership. We receive money. Our basis in the land is pretty significant. But money does come into Del West. Then we intend to use that money because it's millions of dollars in pre-development costs, architects, engineers, site planning, going through the whole city process. We're also going to have to make other equity investment. Then we have to go and arrange bank financing. We're going to have to put all the infrastructure in. So like Rita said, it could be up to $50 million ultimately. The only way we'll get money back ultimately is we put money in. We hope we're right on the selling prices. We hope they absorb, and there's a chance that we might make a small profit.
So this award that you're trying to get requires you to use an entity separate from the city in order to receive the funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the housing authority that is now separate from the city. I guess it used to be part of the city. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the dynamics with the housing authority, but
okay. And so this money is just a portion of your capital stack to bring in the total cost of the monies you'll need to build these homes.
Yes, actually, we're already trying to go in with an application to the Division of Housing for another bucket of money. Everything is just to drive the price of a house down. We were building homes. We had 70 homes that were for sale back in 2022. They were like $550,000 to $600,000, and quite frankly, the market stopped. We were forced to rent a few out. And so Del West, in our determination, said, if we want to bring ownership housing, we have to push the price of the house down. This is one way we know how to do it, and we're blessed to be able to have access to funds like Prop 123.
And I just want to make sure I understand that the answer to Vice Chair Noble's question is that the determination that the houses would be set at a price range to meet those who are earning between 70 and 90 AMI, those parameters were set by the grant provider?
Part of the Prop 123 has a requirement on the range of incomes that you have to go after.
Yeah.
And so we made sure we met that range.
So, so that was not determined by you personally, it was determined by the grant
It's a
provider.
balancing act. It was a win-win. That's their requirements, and we looked at it and said, there's a chance that we can find a market that would also absorb this product. So we wouldn't have gone after it if we didn't think it would be absorbed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Dukes.
I think I actually had similar questions, but my understanding is that you and your team looked at Prop 123 and the requirements that are within that to find a viable solution for affordable housing in Commerce City.
Yes.
And then what you said is that, what I heard you say is that the price range for these affordable for-sale units is going to be between $299,000 and $400,000, correct?
Correct.
And what is the average as a city? Do you know, like, our city average of mean average for home sale? He says 500 plus, or what is that?
I don't want to quote an average, but I heard a bunch of developers in here earlier saying 500, and that seemed like the low part.
Okay. So this is going to be lower than what is a typical Denver metro area home that you can buy and have equity build over time. So this is an entryway into home ownership, is that correct?
Correct, and it will come with a land use restriction to make sure that these homes remain affordable over time.
Okay, so they can't sell it at a higher price, or can you explain the land restriction for just a homeowner? If I buy this house, I can
The
sell it.
homeowner will be entitled to appreciation. There'll probably be some governor on it based on CPI or what have you. So they'll have upside, but I think the whole formula for Prop 123 is that there's long-term affordability of this product.
Okay, thank you. And so how many units are expected to be developed?
120 in total, and we'll probably do a first phase of maybe 36.
And these are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, what?
It's 2-bedroom would be the minority, mostly 3 and 4 bedroom product.
So 3 or 4 bedroom product for home ownership in our city that's affordable housing that's going to attract a different middle range buyer. Is that?
Correct. And one thing I'd like to add is these homes, when they're built, will be paying property taxes through a pilot back to the CCURA. So the CCURA will not be out any revenue.
Oh, so they'll be paying property taxes.
They'll be paying
back to the
property
city.
tax. It was a very tough negotiation, but yes.
Okay. So there'll be new residents, a number up to 3 to 4 bedroom homes that is for purchase that'll be contributing to property tax. And then in addition to that, will these residents also be contributing to us to sales tax as well, or if they shop in our area and all that stuff?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other commissioners before I go to second round? I have a question. Will these units be deed restricted?
Yes.
And for what's the length of the term for deed restriction? Is it 20 years, 30 years, 50 years?
I'm going to look back at my team, but 30 years.
30 years, okay, all right. And then when it comes to where would someone as a homeowner, as far as accessibility and to get a loan, where's that process going through? Is that going to be through Del West?
No, we don't provide loans, but there would be a third party. We're looking at a program offered by the Housing Finance Authority right now that has a first-time buyer program where they actually, in addition, have some grant money for first-time buyers. So it's a big part of, I mean, this is a very new thing. Like step one is, can we get this approval? And we're working at our partnership. But it's very important to us and who's going to be able to finance these for our residents.
Okay. And since you brought that up, what is the Housing Authority as far as partnership? Will they provide a down payment for the potential new homeowners?
We're working out a lot of details. I think the lion's share of the work's going to fall on us. I think they're going to contribute what they can contribute, maybe some tax exemption under the construction side of it to drive costs down, maybe some marketability things, but I think the bulk of this is going to fall on Del West.
Okay. Is there any way that through this process, if you're working through, could the AMI be as low as 60 AMI?
60% of the area median income?
Yes.
It all comes down to subsidy, to be honest. With Prop 123, if we're lucky enough to get something from the Division of Housing, if there's a first-time buyer assistance program, I would love to drive the cost down. From us, selfishly, the lower we push the price, the more we think this will absorb. There's still tremendous risk on a developer to go build homes that you want the market to be able to absorb it. You know, we're a little bit governed by interest rates, construction costs, and what have you.
Okay, and 120 homes, you're set to start, if this is approved, you're set to start construction. And how long are we looking at these homes being 6 months constructed and 9 months?
From the time we start building them?
Per home.
So we're developing, it's a condominium product.
Okay.
So this is going to be condominiums. Each building's 12 units. I think from the start of a building to the completion of that building, maybe we can do it in 9 months. There's going to be some infrastructure that has to go in first.
Okay, so these are not homes, these are condos.
They're going to be condominiums, yes.
Condominiums.
It's the only way we can get the density on the site. There's 120 units on 4 acres.
So what I thought before they were homes, so they're condominiums with the price of $300,000 to $500,000, correct?
$299 to below $400.
I'm sorry, $299 below $400,000.
Well,
for a condo.
Below 400. I mean, in a perfect world, maybe it's closer to 350.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I need a motion and a second to adopt resolution URA 2025-006. Councilmember Ford. Commissioner Ford.
So move.
Commissioner Dukes.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear here. So according to CHAFA, with regards to Adams County AMI, 70%, I just heard him say that there's 2 bedrooms are going to be minimal, but majority are going to be 3 to 4 bedrooms. So even at 70% AMI, low-end 2-bedroom is still $22.06 a month versus a 4-bedroom at $28.45 a month. You know, I think about, for example, the southern part of our city where potentially the average income, and this is just a ballpark here, is anywhere between 40 and 60K a year. Again, this is just a very, ballpark idea. I don't know how this is something that could be considered affordable. It just, for me, it baffles me because of the fact that, I get, there's probably restrictions, there's probably, contracts, negotiations, whatever else the case may be, but that's at 70%. If I go 90%, 2-bedroom, which you said, again, it was minimal, is at $28.37 a month versus a 4-bedroom at $36.58 a month. I get it, it's a pathway to potentially ownership, home ownership, love it, love the idea, but I don't know about the AMI. And considering this affordable, I don't honestly believe it is. That's all.
Thank you. Vice Chair Noble?
Yes. Thank you very much. Since we have condominiums, what would you predict would be the association fee for the condominiums on a monthly basis?
I have to look back. $200? Could you?
Could you come forward, please, so we can hear what you have to say? When you come forward, please identify.
Yep, so,
Please state your name.
yes, I'm Lindsay Delecky with Del West.
Okay.
So the HOA and condominium dues include several costs for the building, including taxes and insurance. We estimate that they could be approximately $250 a month. We don't have the final budget set yet, and that number is part of the equation with the State Department of Housing for how we arrive at the maximum sales price allowed.
Okay. So that's what you determined, the 300,000 to 400,000?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's my understanding that HOA fees are not tax deductible?
I don't know.
No.
Correct. The mortgage is, however. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chacon.
There's a few red flags, but I completely agree with Councilmember Kim. 70 to 90 AMI is unaffordable, affordable housing. Especially with AMI, even if it's for Proposition 123, there was a few of us that were against that as well because AMI has been proven so much to not actually be for income-based housing. And in Commerce City, we're some of the few cities that still can offer that here. So that's one big red flag. Another big red flag is, honestly, our relationship with Commerce City Housing Authority has been very vague, if not neglectful. Them to be subsidizing this, especially at a loan, and then to see that the community will not only have to be hopefully able to qualify for this, but also be doing the property taxes as well, has me really concerned that, again, we're going right back into the same system of having unaffordable, affordable housing, or frankly, gentrification. So I am not in support of this at all. I think that this can be better done, especially working with the city, more than just the housing authority, because our relationship is estranged at this time. So I would appreciate more working with actually seeing where community is and not just always basing everything on market value right now.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes.
So,
Commissioner Amador, sorry.
unfortunately, looking at how affordable housing works in Commerce City is by Adams County. So if you go in all that, unfortunately, anywhere you look at, and if you drive around Commerce City on this end of town, all the houses here are 400,000 or more, regardless, in the city here. So being able to buy something at $299 under 400,000 is still going to be affordable because all the houses here are getting bought up, right? It's just like the affordable housing that we built off of Colorado Boulevard, or the affordable housing that's at here, right? A 2-bedroom still $2,200. That is in the Greyhound Park. The 70 homes that we built there are $650,000. Like you said, we're not selling those, right? And people can afford something a little bit less, but you're gonna have families who are gonna be 2 or 3 families living in those housing that can afford it. That's how they do it, right? That's what they're doing in Commerce City. If you drive around here, and I grew up here, and those houses, like, the house I live in is valued at $650,000. It's in Commerce City. It's in South Commerce City. It's not affordable if I sell it to anyone here. And like this is going to be the only way that you're going to have something affordable that someone in this city is going to be able to actually try and afford, right? And I mean, like we're saying, we're trying to build stuff here. You have 70 homes that are here that we still can't sell, some of them because of the price of them. You have apartment complexes that are still open because they're not affordable. You have apartment complexes off of Colorado Boulevard and 72nd or out there off of Brighton Boulevard that are not affordable, that people can't get into neither because they're not affordable. But it's affordable housing because unfortunately, the way that affordable housing works in the state of Colorado is based on the county that you're in. And Adams County is not affordable for Commerce City, but that's the city that we're in. If we were in Denver, it'd be even higher. So, I mean, they're trying to do something to give some families in this community that can afford it, being able to buy something. That's how I look at it. I mean, whether we're working with the housing community, can you say that Commerce City can subsidize what they're gonna do to give those houses to make them lower? If we go with Commerce City and say, hey, the city wants to do this instead of the housing community or the housing authority, and we're gonna be able to subsidize that to keep these houses at $299,000 or even lower, can we say that Commerce City can make that sustainable for them if they went with you and didn't get this grant, right? Sometimes it doesn't look as, I mean, any way you look at it, that's what the state is. That's how it's going to be played out with the AMI. It's not done by us. We can't say, hey, the AMI in Commerce City is going to be lower because of the people here. It's done by the state. So if you're going to state it at the state level, this is going to be the best thing for some of our family members and family people here to try and buy stuff that are not renting. Rent here in Commerce City is $2,200 to $3,200 a month. So that's what the AMI is for some of these housing that they're going to build.
I appreciate your information as well. I think that's concern is that we should be taking it to the state. It's just absolutely unaffordable at this rate. So I appreciate that they're trying to subsidize it, but it doesn't actually change or fix anything. And that's my concern, is having 2-3 families in one unit. And that's not only just density, but now we have other concerns too. And that's kind of what our city just deserves better. Every family should be able to have their own unit that's affordable, not have 2 to 3 families get together just to afford one.
Thank you. Executive Director Rogers?
So just to help this conversation, I know that there's been numbers thrown out about program income limits. I think some of the numbers that were referenced aren't necessarily directly tied to home ownership, given that this is a for-sale product. And in that, CHAFA has a methodology, one that I can't speak to, but they have a methodology in place when it looks for home ownership with respect to the county. And in that, they have what is a targeted income level and gross annual income based on your 1 to 2 household, 3+ person household, and it's all very dependent upon what type of program that you're entering into CHAFA. And in that, they have income limits regardless of household size, depending upon if you're in the preferred program of $70,050 all the way up to $196,140. I think particularly about this, the thing that comes before you, right, you're asking a lot of great questions, but those questions are not necessarily relevant to the things that are a focus of the URA. And what I mean by that is that the intentionality behind the agreements that were in place through the Master Development Agreement and or any subsequent agreement that came into place, we're looking at 3 things. Is the obligations in which we as the URA have entered into still able to be addressed? Those obligations result from purchase of water rights from the GID or NIGID to loan agreements that are in place with the city itself. 2, does this continue to be able to meet the objectives of the TIF waterfall that was identified, that was developed based on what was of the vision at the time of the approval of the zoning? Once again, zoning is under the hat of the city, and in that, what has already been defined and what has been described as the typology of units, whether it's condominiums, multifamily apartments, for sale or for rent, is no longer a determination given the approvals and given the limitations of law that we have in place. Thirdly, it's also then looking at, do we have certain protections that will be in place to ensure the obligations in the TIF waterfall that was identified being presented? And as of that, there is a pilot, a payment in lieu of taxes due to the subsidization of the housing authority taking over ownership of that property, which would remove it from the property taxes, which would remove it from the TIF generation. So they are affording that protection by a separate agreement that has been arranged and will be able to be entered into, that we will be a party to ensure that that affordability is being addressed. Bigger picture about wanting to look at different affordability rates, that's a conversation that we should be having as a city with our state assembly and our representation, to then have those conversations with CHAFA and with HUD if we believe that those numbers are egregious and do not align with what is the reality in our market. So that being said, right, we are here today with regulatory requirements that are before us, and that in the review of the things that have been presented to the URA, not to the city, they have been able to meet the various, I would say, standards that we would evaluate and provide any opinionation or thought back on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Dukes.
Thank you, Executive Director Rogers, for that in-depth explanation. This is an interesting one because there are challenges with their AMI, which I think Executive Director Roger really clearly detailed that that at the state level, that's a conversation we have to have around what's the appropriate AMI. From my understanding is this, you went through a process that was within the tools you had available for $1, $2, $3, which was a legislative process that was transparent for everyone because it was approved and moved forward at the state legislature level. So the conversation AMI was brought up at the state level as well. In addition to the requirements of having a nonprofit run it as a state level discussion, what I'm hearing tonight is just an opportunity to say I'm going to maximize these dollars that are available to us to provide subsidy to this area so we can push down the price of a home so that we give opportunities for residents to have affordable home. Recognizing that every home in Colorado, things are expensive, right? Colorado is expensive. I am a native, born and raised, love it here, haven't moved, but I recognize that the Colorado I grew up in is not the Colorado that's right now. It costs more. But in that same vein, I can't speak on a family's finance and say everyone is a certain bracket because we do know that folks have different ways of affording, they have different jobs, and they figure out a way to find a way to live in different situations. I think even in houses in North and South, everyone's is strapped for money, right? It's not uncommon for folks. Cost is just expensive. And so what I won't do is I don't want to go forward and not try to prevent opportunities for folks to have access to home ownership. I think it's critical. I had a condo, and that's another risk you're taking on is condos within the city or within Colorado, which I understand. But I personally had an opportunity to have a condo early in my life, which helped, again, move towards home ownership. When we think about affordability, so when I think about this vote, I think about the term affordable housing and how we often use it and say we need more affordable housing. And I can't in good faith say we need more affordable housing and not give opportunities to create and develop affordable housing. I can't wait till the conditions are 20 years past to say we need to have them like they were in 1999 for affordable housing as we thought about affordable housing back in the 90s and 2000s. What I can do is look at the conditions as they are right now, look at the effort to subsidize it. And I do, one of my colleagues mentioned the idea of the city being able to try to subsidize. And I think that's a valid conversation to say, what can we do? And it is a challenging discussion because essentially we'll be asking the city to subsidize a little bit over $4.7 million within our fund balance for a specific area. And is that sustainable? I don't know. But what I do know now is that we have dollars available. You have met the criteria within the URA as well as from the 1, 2, 3 effort to subsidize, and then you're looking forward an effort to say we need access to affordable housing for Commerce City residents. And so this is why we'll support this because I think it's critical to say affordable housing, we have to try affordable housing, we have to create opportunities for affordable housing, and $299,000 and under $400K in this market is affordable housing. And I think when we put this on the market, you put this for sale, every condo is going to be filled up, especially with 3 or 4. And my understanding with the row homes right now, families, and I guess this is a question, families are moving into the townhomes for rent for 3 or 4 bedrooms. They would probably love an opportunity to purchase that. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's one reason we're looking at this because we are renting out 4-bedroom townhomes in and around $2,900 to $3,200.
And when you first started, it was you tried to sell the 2-bedroom homes, right, with the idea that it'll create a market, but actually the 4-bedroom condos and townhomes were more popular in general, correct?
We're learning that there's very large families,
Right.
family demand.
So this provides opportunity for families in our city, tax revenue for our city, and gives people a safe place to live that's affordable. I'll be voting yes on this.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Henson?
Thank you. Yes, I think across Colorado, we've seen over the last couple of decades a dramatic increase in rental properties and a decrease in opportunity for people to enter the home ownership market, which is a concern because that lack of equity and beginning of building generational wealth is definitely having an impact on the economic stability of our families here in Colorado. I believe the median, this is a national statistic, I believe the average first-time home ownership median age is now 38 years old, which has gone up dramatically. It used to be not that long ago, definitely when people were in their 20s. Not that everybody who will be purchasing potentially one of these condominium homes would be a first-time buyer, but I think affordable housing is a problem that we have to try use a menu of options to address, and not every, if we had a silver bullet, then we would be replicating that across, I think, across the region. I know looking at the southern part of a lot of the cities in Adams County, Westminster, Thornton, Commerce City, we see these older neighborhoods that used to be our affordable starter homes, and they're not. I'm one of those people who probably couldn't afford, or would be hard pressed to afford the home I now live in, that I've lived in for 23 years because of the change in our housing market over the last couple of decades. And to do this type of density with condominiums, which condominium construction has decreased from almost 24%, I believe, of our annual housing inventory down to an annual inventory of about 5%. We're seeing many people forced to be in rental units much later in life and much longer, which again they're not accruing equity and building generational wealth. And the opportunity to provide 120 families with the opportunity to get in, there is no new construction that has 2 bedrooms that in any city that I'm aware of. So, that in my work that fall into this price range. And I think I really am moved by that these are for sale products, meaning families can be homeowners and put down roots, and there are deed restrictions so that this is not something that the city is or the URA is contributing to that is then going to be turned into an instant profit for the people who do purchase these homes. This will go on under these regulations into the future, which I think can be a benefit to the community. And I think that's offering a lot to the community, potentially to a good number of people in Commerce City, people who want to make Commerce City their home. So that's given me an awful lot to think about regarding this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Noble.
Thanks very much. My dismay isn't with what you're attempting to do. Makes perfect sense. You're making use of something that's available. My dismay is with the fact that it's a condominium and that the monthly is going to be $250, which adds about $33,000 to the price of the home, literally. Plus, you are not able to write off homeowners associations money. At Reunion Ridge on 104th in Commerce City, there are 3-bedroom homes, 1,166 square feet for sale for $340,000. But in theory, I don't know if there is a homeowners association or it's just the Metro District. Will these people be paying property taxes as well? You said yes.
Yeah, it's in the HOA dues. So
All right.
part of the HOA dues are
Oh,
going
it's
back
in
to
the
you. Yeah,
HOA
I
dues?
think they're going back to all of you, to the CCRA.
So the 250 condominium fee, monthly fee?
I believe that it includes the property taxes, yes. Am I speaking out of turn? Yeah, so that 250 is HOA is part of the HOA plus the property taxes. That's the monthly payment they're going to make. So that goes back to the Urban Renewal Authority, a good chunk of it.
All right, so they will not be paying separate property
No,
taxes?
no, no.
Separate?
That's part, yeah, no.
All right, that's comforting.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
If you
you.
want to give that up, we can push the price down even more.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, seeing no discussion, the motion on the floor is to adopt resolution URA 2025-006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, motion passes 9-3. All right. Well, this online. Oh, Commissioner Machuga.
That's a nay for me.
Okay. So that's 8-4. All right. Passes 8-4. Okay. Up next is a resolution URA 2025-008, First Amendment to Declaration of Covenants. I'd like to invite Del West to make the presentation.
Rita Connerly with representing Tract F LLC. I'm with the law firm of Fairfield and Woods, 1801 California Street, Suite 2600, Denver, Colorado 80202. In consideration of the authority's consent to an early transfer of the property to the Housing Authority, we were asked to agree as the declarant of a declaration for a payment in lieu of taxes to modify that pilot to allow the authority to terminate the declaration at its convenience at some point in the future if it so desires. Before, essentially, the pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes, says that once the financial obligations of the authority were paid, then the declaration could be terminated. This says, essentially, and your council and city manager will have to advise you on this, but essentially says that the authority gets to continue receiving a fee from entities that are otherwise tax exempt equal to what they would otherwise have to pay if they were a taxable entity. And so that revenue would continue to coming to the authority for payment of financial obligations or for other items budgeted and appropriated by the authority for the benefit of the Greyhound Park area. Thank you. With that, we would submit that we have, in fact, submitted an executed copy of the document to Brownstein Hyatt's office to be held in escrow pending the authority's approval. Thank you.
Mr. Weir, could you bring up the presentation, please? So you know what properties we're talking about? Oh, your mic.
Thank you. So it's related to the specific action, but it covers all of the tracts that are covered under the agreement.
All right. Do any commissioners have questions? Vice Chair Noble.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the communication from staff, and it says the southern portion, F1, is currently under construction for 120 residential units. And then it says the northern portion is proposed to be developed similarly with an additional 120 residential units. Are they also for sale or are they rentals?
That on the screen, the vista is what they state in the first sentence, which is the 120 rentals. And then the foundry is what we just was approved by the authority for early transfer to the housing authority that will be 124 sale units.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions? So what you're saying on this pilot agreement payment in lieu of taxes, that track D2 and track D3 are not covered under this, so they would be exempt from paying any taxes, correct?
No, tract D and tract D3 are, yes, you're correct, Mayor. They are not encumbered with the payment in lieu of taxes.
Okay. All right. So by accepting this, the assessed mills on the property would be 85.00885, correct?
I'm sorry, I do not know what the current
Okay.
That
mill
is
levy
correct.
on the
That
property
is correct.
is. Okay.
All right. Okay. No other questions? I need a motion and second to adopt resolution URA 2025-008. Councilmember Kim, Commissioner Kim,
So moved.
Commissioner Dukes.
Second.
Motion on the floor is to adopt resolution URA 2025-008. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Commissioner Chuga?
Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, so we have 10 ayes and 2 nays. Okay, public hearing. Resolution URA 2025-004, 2026 URA budget. Tonight's public hearing is on the 2026 URA budget. We'll now open the public hearing and ask, are there any questions? Well, there's a presentation. Sorry.
Apologize. So I'm going to go right to the proposed budget itself and talk briefly about this. As you can see, there's some consistency that's occurred in terms of the revenues that have been generated in each of the 4 districts, and some consistency with some minor additions in terms of total expenditures. This is consistent pretty much with the 2024, 2025, and the projected 2026 budget without significant modification. So, you know, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Commissioners have questions? Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you very much. Where are we generating revenue from?
Sales and property tax within each of the districts.
And who is the, oh, there they are. All right, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone who signed up to testify?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, and the motion is second to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. Commissioner Kim?
So moved.
Commissioner Madera?
Second.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Machuga, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, passed unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn. Let's see, the time is 8:55. We're gonna, sorry, seeing no further business, we are adjourned for the URA. Thank you. Next. All right, I will now call the the ECAGID meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim,
Here.
Board Member Dukes,
Here.
Board Member Ford,
Here.
and Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Okay, approval of the minutes. I need a motion and second to approve the minutes. Board Member Kim.
So moved.
Board Member Ford. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9 unanimously. Okay, public hearing. Tonight's public hearing is on 2026 ECA GID budget. I will now open the public hearing. Teresa Wilson, thank you. Let me get the right screen here. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair and board members. We come before you tonight with the final proposed ECA GID budget for 2026. We presented preliminary budget information to you on August 18th. The only thing that has changed within these budget materials is we revised the property tax numbers based on the preliminary property tax valuation data we received from the county at the end of August, which also had a slight impact on the expenditure side for the property tax collection fees. So those numbers have been updated within these totals. No other significant changes were made. We would recommend that we address any questions you may have this evening and then continue the public hearing until November 3rd.
Okay. Any board members have questions? Staff? I have a question. So we went from 15 mills in 2021, 2022, and then the mills went up to 27 mills in 2023, 24, and 25.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there was several years ago, there was a temporary mill levy reduction proposed to spur some particular development that occurred in those former years. And then the mill levy of 27 was resumed.
All right. And then at 2021 loan interest, what was the interest on that loan?
I would have to look that up and get back to you. It's a range, but I can get that to you
Okay.
quickly.
Thank you. Bless you. All right. Well, that's secretary. Is anyone signed up to testify on this?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I need a motion second to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. Vice Chair Noble,
So moved.
Board Member Kim.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Motion and force to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that passes 8 with 1 nay. All right. 8:59. Okay, seeing no further business, we are adjourned from this one. Okay, I call the ERAGID meeting to order and ask the secretary call roll, please.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim,
Here.
Board Member Dukes, Board Member Ford,
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. All right, I need a motion second to approve the minutes. Vice Chair Noble,
So moved.
Board Member Ford. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes unanimously, 9 yeses. Okay, open the public hearing. Tonight's public hearing is on the 2026 ERAGID budget. Are there any, let's see, okay. Here we go.
Good evening, Chair and board members. Similar to the ECA GID, we are before you here tonight with the corresponding ERA GID proposed 2026 budget. We presented preliminary budget information to you on August 18th. And just like the ECA GID, the only information that has changed within the numbers before you tonight are the property tax. Based on the preliminary valuation data that we received from the county at the end of August, with the corresponding change to the property tax collection fee. So that is the only change that was made to these numbers since we last presented to you on August 18th.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? I have a question, since this is the AGID General Improvement District. So Third Creek West, Settlers Crossing, and Legato West, they do not pay for the General Improvement District or the NIGID on 104th, correct?
Both the ECA and the ERA GID are partnered to an agreement with the Third Creek Metropolitan District for certain improvements that are spelled out within that agreement.
Okay.
The ECA GID is to pay for the ERA GID, I apologize, is to pay 6.8 million of those improvements, with the ECA GID to pay 7 million and the balance to be paid for by Third Creek.
All right, so Settlers Crossing, Legato West, those homeowners pay additional 30 mils?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion on the floor is to continue the public hearing until November 3rd, 2025. Board Member Kim.
So moved.
Vice Chair Noble.
Yes, and I'll second, but I have a question.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Okay. What did you mean in addition to? So they pay the NIGID and they pay the ERA GID?
Are you referring to the mill levy?
Uh-huh. For the existing homes?
Yeah, so the mill levy for each of the individual 3 GIDs would relate to the boundary map. So the properties within the boundary would be required to pay the appropriate mill levy.
And to just be clear, they do not pay NIGID if they are in the ERA GID. So, yes,
So
it's just one GID that they pay, which is
All
the
right.
30 mils.
So all of us in the North Range, basically, or the Northeast Range, pay something into one of these GIDs?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? But I did hear that Third Creek West, there is some portion of that development would have to pay into the NIGID.
No, sir. Third Creek West is a party to the funding agreement for the improvements associated with that bank placement, bank loan placement of the 13.7 and some odd change. So you have the ERA GID, the ECA GID paying the lion's share, and then you have a third, not a third of it, but some identified portion per those agreements in which Third Creek is then contributing to.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the clarification. Okay. Seeing no others, the motion on the floor is to continue the public hearing till November 3rd. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 9. Okay, the time is 9:05. Seeing no further business. We're adjourned from that one. All right. We'll now call the NIGID meeting to order. we're all present here. I need to approve the minutes. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Oh, sorry, hold on, I back up. Ask the chair for a roll call, sorry.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madera,
Present.
Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon,
Present.
Board Member Kim,
Here.
Board Member Dukes, Board Member Ford,
Here.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I apologize for that. All right, I need a motion second to approve the minutes. Board Member Kim,
So moved.
Vice Chair Noble.
Second.
All right, okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. All right. Tonight's public hearing is on the 2026 NIGID budget. I want to open the public hearing. Are there any, okay, sorry, get ahead of myself.
Great. Good evening, Chair and board members. We are before you here tonight with the final proposed NIGID budget for 2026. We presented preliminary information to you at the August 18th meeting. Just as with the other two GIDs, the only significant change to highlight is with the property tax. I'll pause here on the boundary map so that you can see that. But this is the boundary map specific to the NIGID. A couple years ago, we reduced the mill levy from 14 to 8. That is what is again proposed for 2026. And we will be doing a very detailed analysis of revenues into the NIGID this spring of next year to correspond with the 2027 budget process. And we will continue to adjust the mill levy accordingly to make sure that we have the remaining debt payments covered and continue to look at that each year. Here are the final numbers for the proposed 26 budget. The only numbers that changed were for the property tax revenue as well as the corresponding property tax collection fee. And then we welcome any questions you may have and recommend that we continue the public hearing to November 3rd.
Okay. All right, any board members have questions? Vice Chair Noble?
Thank you. What is the money used for that we collect?
All of the property tax revenue and other revenues as needed are used to cover the debt service payments.
And how is it that DIA Tech Center or Nexus got left out? How do they help with any of this, given their impact? They're not in any of the GIDs, or are they? Yep, there goes the city manager.
Yes, ma'am. The DI Tech Center and Nexus North at DIA are both in the ECA GID.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any board members have questions? Ask the secretary, was anybody signed up to testify?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion second to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. Board Member Kim?
So moved.
Board Member Ford? Okay, any discussion? Motion on the floor is to continue the public hearing to November 3rd, 2025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Okay, it passes unanimously. And the time is 9:09. Seeing no further business, we are adjourned. Okay, we're going to reconvene to the City Council regular meeting. All right, we'll now call City Council regular meeting back to order. Up next, public hearing, Z 25-0002, sorry, 3002, rezoning property at 10225 Chambers Road from Ag to R3. Tonight's public hearing is on case number Z 25-002. I remind council the following. Only ask questions and gather facts. Do not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I'll invite the Deputy City Attorney to address council.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record reflects that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor. As a reminder, you all have your notebooks with the land use criteria in front of you if you need that for reference.
Okay, thank you. We'll now open the public hearing. Per council policies CP 22, the applicant and the city shall be limited to 10 minutes each for their presentation. And on top of that, I'm going to limit council from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Okay. 3 minutes. From 5.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. My name is Marcus Pockner. I'm a land use and community outreach on behalf of the applicant. This is our entire team that's here tonight. Thompson Thrift is the applicant, proposed developer on the site. I am joined by the planners, our traffic engineer, and our civil engineer. We have a full team here available to answer any questions you may have. As you all may remember about this site, it's on the northwest corner of 102nd and Chambers, the northwest corner. It's a 12.70 acre site. This rezoning was actually presented to you originally 1 year ago in November 2024. City Council asked us to go consider adding some additional qualifications, some additional amenities to this application. We have done so, we have incorporated those, and we are bringing back a much improved application. The one item that has been consistent throughout this entire process is continual community engagement. We held another community meeting in July of this year and have worked with all the Harvest Meadow neighbors. We have had many individual follow-up meetings with them as well. Secondly, you asked us specifically to work with 27J schools. We have worked with them, coordinated every aspect of our application, and have a letter of support in our packet tonight from 27J. I do want to note this is a rezoning request. You see our 12-acre site to the north on 104th and Chambers. You see commercial area, then a very significant utility corridor. Our site seeking to rezone to R3 multifamily, and then the single-family neighborhood to the south. We are the buffer, the transition site to more intense uses to the north of us. Just to prove that point, and as you saw on your GID map a few minutes ago, this is one of the few remaining sites that's still ag zone district. Everything is planned or developed or in the planning stages. We are seeking a rezoning to a straight zone district to R3 to bring forward a multifamily development. How do we envision that from your comprehensive plan that you adopted? We are right in the heart of the northern neighborhoods. What is the northern neighborhood known for? Including a mix of housing products. We are bringing forward that mix, that change in housing typology to bring multifamily in. I would note here the ways that we meet or exceed the comprehensive plan. Just a few areas. In that character area, we are bringing that in. In the northern area, it's 86% single-family homes. We are the diversity of product that we are bringing in. Housing and neighborhood goals, 1, 4, and 6. This council asked us to bring back affordable housing. We are proposing 10% of our units at 80% AMI, permanently deed restricted. We are voluntarily bringing affordable housing to this application. In addition to that, we are building out your transportation master plan, not only adjacent to our site, but off-site, building 102nd Avenue all the way from Chambers to Sable. Finally, open space requirement is 15%. We are providing 25% on this site. I just want to show you in the R3 zone district what is required. We are not asking for one variance or one exception from the zone district. We are meeting or exceeding every requirement. On the zoning, the garages, the parking, all of those are consistent. Where you see all the up arrows here is on the landscaping. We are doing so much more landscaping because the neighbors asked us to. 25% open space, many more trees, almost 800 more shrubs, really to provide that buffer. This shows you how it's coming to live in our plan. We were asked to landscape both sides of 102nd. You see this now. This new buffer, we now have a residential separation of 210 feet between the existing homes and our proposed residential structures in the area. Council members and Mayor, I really want to focus on this approval criteria. We had unanimous approval from the Planning Commission, but I know how important this is to look at these criteria. You know the criteria. First, consistency with adopted city plans. We meet every major housing policy document that has been approved by Commerce City. We are meeting your comp plan, your housing needs assessment, and with your suggestion, thank you very much. We are bringing affordable housing to this site on a voluntary basis to really bring forward your affordable housing implementation. We are being compatible with the surrounding land uses. We do it with design, one story, building all of 102nd out, so we mitigate any traffic impact and that very significant landscaping and buffering that was requested by our surrounding neighbors. Just to see it in real form, you see in the upper right-hand image our site, that 12 acres. You see Harvest Meadows to the south. We are building all of 102nd, even off-site, over to Sable. We think it's so important to have that condition to open that. Before we open a unit, you'll be able to go all the way on 102nd. Additionally, we wanted to be sure and show that we have adequate provision of public services. Folks, I will note, it's in the staff report, there are no outstanding comments from any referral agencies. There are no objections to our rezoning requests. With the existing utilities, our planned roadway extensions, and our full agency coordination, we are able to provide full public services on this site. I'm going to stop here and say, Council, you asked us to focus on this more than anything. Open space, again, we're at 25% instead of 15%. But schools and education, you demanded we do more with 27J. First of all, the school has acknowledged in their letter that we are going to meet all student generations. They can house all of our students at all 3 levels. We also are now voluntarily agreeing to pay the capital facility fee foundation fee. We think it's so important to lean into that collaboration and continue to listen to the community and our community engagement. Just to prove that forward, this is the letter of support from the planning manager, specifically denoting how many times we've continued to work with them and will continue to work with them as we go through the site plan. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about community need. We all know your housing goals and how important they are, how hard you work on the community comprehensive plan. Also, the economic development of supporting the retail, that retail node at 104th. But you said we want you to go forward and go further. So we are, again, putting 10% deed restricted affordable units here at 80% AMI, voluntarily bringing that restricted there because we think it's so important to add to the housing diversity and add to the project benefits. I wanted to go very quickly through that to lastly focus on the zone change. This is a documented change all around us, as you saw on the existing zoning map. We are following the comprehensive plan, and we are bringing great public interest and benefits to the site. We certainly appreciate that we meet all of the approval criteria. We appreciate the support from staff, from the Planning Commission, and frankly, Council and Mayor, you made our application remarkably better. We have incorporated all those elements, and we would respectfully request your support for this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Any council members have questions for the applicant? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. Were you able to work out the ingress egress so that you weren't traveling through Harvest Meadows?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Noble. We actually did an additional study, a traffic impact study, to be sure that we weren't going to have impact into that southern neighborhood. As you may recall, there's one street that lines up on the eastern or western edge of our site, which is Altura Street. We actually did a design and did a traffic analysis, and we showed that almost all of our traffic will go on 102nd. So we've designed that so we don't have that input. We actually did the distance and the time it would take to go on all of those. We actually think, Councilwoman Noble, that most of the traffic in the northern part of the neighborhood will use this. What the city was asking for and what I think council was asking for is to be sure we built 102nd all the way across there. So we have implemented that solution for this application.
I hear you saying that the apartment dwellers will be able to drive through Harvest Meadows on Altura.
That is correct. We had proposed, I'm just going to show you this map here. We had proposed almost like a pork chop, if you will, on Altura. Well, it wouldn't allow our vehicles to go southward on the red line there. But then we did the study. It actually is, the staff determined that it's an unwarranted correction and a mitigation because it would actually lead to other results. So we did this study and shows Route 1, which is what we're proposing, is actually a 33-second route. Route 3, which people are worried about, which I think, Councilwoman, you're asking about, you see that that's a full 69 seconds, and that's without adding in the stop sign. So we, again, believe this is the right movement. So we suggested it, council or staff said that you don't need to implement that solution because it's not needed at this location.
And what did the residents say?
Yeah, we have not had, and I certainly won't speak for them, we have not had any additional objections on this. We actually shared this traffic report, Councilwoman. They thought it was actually very good information to really go through that. As you know, in the future, there will be signalized intersection at 100th there, right? Road 3 and Chambers. We actually think that will lead to even better movement off of our proposed roadway. The one thing I will also tell you, the level of service at 102nd and Chambers and 102nd at Sable is an A. So this is the level of service. This is the road that is functioning and will function when we implement it. So I think the neighbors have been very supportive of this proposal.
And how many units?
This is for 283 units that we have in our site plan that results from this rezoning request.
And how many stories?
The height limit on this, I think, Council, is 3 stories. The zone district R3 allows up to 50 feet. We are at 36.1 feet, significantly lower than is allowed.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And thank you for addressing so many of our concerns.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for, I just want to echo that. Thank you for addressing a lot of concerns and the continued engagement with the community. Something you mentioned here is the infrastructure improvement from Chambers to Sable for 102nd. In cost estimates, how much is that to build out a road, 2 lanes, and how much would that save us as a city?
Yeah, that is a great question. I am certainly going to turn to somebody else to give you a better number on that. The one thing I will show you there is that that road section there, that Thompson Thrift Road section, is a 28-foot, Councilman, that goes all the way over to Sable. I'll maybe have somebody give an estimate of that cost that we're adding and doing it ahead of time before a unit opens up there.
Oh, you said it'll be done before a unit opens up, so that'll be accessible. Thank you for sharing that.
Hello, Council. My name is Abdul Barzak with Ripley Design. We don't have an exact cost estimate on what that additional off-site improvement is, but we can get that back to Council. But that is something the developer is taking on and not asking for anything from the cities. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think we necessarily need to follow up. I just want, if you had it on hand, I know one of our key challenges across the city is infrastructure. And this is addressing some of our, like you said, transportation master plan infrastructure from what I'm hearing in this public hearing. The other piece I have a question on, can you elaborate a little bit more on the community feedback? I know you had a couple slides here, and particularly with the community, I know you talked about density with the landscaping. But anything else that you want to highlight in terms of just that level of collaboration?
Yeah, Councilor, I appreciate it. You know, we really heard from this council and from the community, just share all the data with us. So we actually created this traffic impact study where we looked at the 3 routes, right, and shared what would that impact be? Would people take Altura? We looked at the level of service on those roadways. So we actually heard more about connectivity. I think we also, people wanted to simply have that separation. So you see that landscaping there to over landscape. We were told to absolutely put in as many trees as possible along 102nd Avenue. And then when people started to look at the way it would flow to Sable or Chambers and our traffic impact, they started realizing we weren't going to cut through the neighborhood, right? That this might actually be an outlet. So I'll be honest, we heard much more about the street level improvements than it was about our use. And that was great because we were able to go basically block by block to implement solutions from our southern edge.
Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, that's all my questions for now.
Great.
Any council members have questions?
Thank you.
Question. Thank you. I have a question. Freddie, could you set the clock to 3 minutes, please? Sorry about that. It says it's been 3, so I'm going to go with 3. So on this temporary road here, the problem we have is being 283 units. And from my understanding from the citizens who live over in Harvest Meadow. They did not want that impact of that flow of traffic to come through their neighborhood. And I understand you have 3 different stages indicating what the time is through there. I was in a neighborhood not too long ago, and people didn't live there, but they were driving around pretty fast in the neighborhood. And those streets are not wide, they're not narrow,
Sure.
and people do park in the street. So it's a concern of transit traffic. They do have a park there, and people coming over using the park who do not live there. So there are concerns. The other thing, I know this is, what makes this hard, this is a zoning case from ag to residential.
Sure.
So really, we're talking about the property, not what's going to be on the property. So that really makes it hard, okay? But since we're there, as far as affordable, 10% at what you said, 90%?
At 80% AMI.
80%?
Yes.
And sure you were here earlier hearing about Mile Greyhound Park and their challenges. So I would say it'd be nice to have a mix of 60, 70, 80% AMI, but I know before we also had the talk about 102nd going west up to, I believe, I'm trying to think of the intersection.
Sable.
Sable?
Yes.
And that they're contemplating putting a light there, because right now people are trying to get through that intersection, and there's recently been an accident. So, and the acquisition of the land to the west has not been purchased, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if this does go through, what is the timeline to purchase the land next to this piece of property?
Sure. So I'll just address a couple of those, and I apologize, Mayor, if I miss any. The one I want to address on affordability, I did hear the earlier discussion. It was a fascinating discussion. The one point I would make about this suggested land use, instead of single-family affordable housing, or single-family housing, a 3-mile radius around the site, the average home price is $618,000. That means a monthly mortgage rate is $4,200 to $4,400 a month. So at our 80% affordable, 80 AMI, we are showing an affordable housing gap of $2,485 per month. It is a remarkable lowering of costs for Commerce City residents, comparing it to single family. The other thing that AMI does is you lock it in permanently. So as rents increase, as we all know happens over time, these will stay permanently deed restricted. So we think it's a remarkable addition to the neighborhood. As far as the site that's to the, I think, sir, to the west of us, on 102nd, we aren't purchasing that site, but we are building the roadway regardless. So we are purchasing the right-of-way, that is right-of-way to build that. As the councilman asked, we are simply paying for that off-site because we know there needs to be that outlet.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else, any other council members have questions?
And I apologize if I talk through buzzers. I don't mean
So it's
to.
fine.
My bad.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
The buzzer doesn't apply to you, it
Okay,
applies
got
to
it.
us. Keep us short. It looks like Fair Play is also an ingress egress.
I think that is.
Yet there's 3, Altura, Fair Play, and Fraser.
Yeah, and Councilor, and as you see on that image there, the difference I think I would say about Altura is it lines up with one of our entrances. That's why neighbors have focused specifically on that one. Fair Play does not enter into our site, right? So there was more concentration of the discussion on Altura. We again ran that. We proposed a pork chop there. Again, we said it was, or the staff said it was an unwarranted solution. We really wouldn't have that southern movement. Again, to drive at least twice or two to three times the amount of time to get out of that site, we just don't see that our traffic will go there. So I'm acknowledging you're correct. It's just the only one that lines up with our vehicles.
All right, but we are showing 2, and we're not showing 4, if you will, which would indicate Fair Play would be as much of an option as Fraser would be.
Fair. Fair. And I guess just looking at the maps that are up there, it would take even longer to cut through the neighborhood with those because those are disjointed roads. So we chose the most direct alternative routes, and over again in every methodology which was accepted by the city and engineering, our solution on 102nd and the full build out was the best solution for the site.
Okay, thank you. And I will be asking staff why they made that decision about the roads.
Absolutely.
Because I know that is an issue for them. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. So it's 283 units. How many bedrooms in?
So sorry. So we have a mix of units across the site. I'm going to grab my notebook, or somebody will know that. I think 37%. I'm going to get you an answer, Counselor, so just a moment. If you have another question, I'll pull that one up, okay?
How about parking here?
Yes. Abdul is going to join me and go to the parking. I'm going to show you the rent. This is the percentage of uses. So 37%, Counselor, are one bedroom, 54% are two bedroom, and 9% are three bedroom. I do want to note about the 10% across the board. We will operate that internally on affordable housing, so it'll be a mix of those units. And to the question earlier from the mayor, it actually could be a mix of AMI. We are committing to a maximum of 80% AMI, so you could certainly have other ranges of AMI on the site as well.
But there will only be a certain number of the units at 80% AMI, correct? It's not going to be the whole complex.
Yeah, we're limited to permanently deed restricting 10% of them. Right now, this is actually a very attainable product, mostly in the 80 to 90% range for all of the units. The 10% ensures that they stay that way into perpetuity.
And you anticipate your rents? I know that I researched the other complexes that are 104th, not including the income restricted one that's Dominion, but those rents, they're close to $3,000 a month. Is that what you're anticipating?
Well, so our average anticipated rents will average at $2,300 across the board. We'll start at $1,800 and it could go up to approximately $3,000. Again, compared to a single family home that would have a mortgage payment of roughly $4,600 per month.
Thank you. And I guess these questions that I'm asking right now aren't pertinent to zoning.
Sure.
But I am concerned about the parking and the transportation and the density and the fee in lieu to the school districts. That's a one-time payment, correct?
We are paying both, all of our fees, and then the voluntary payment as well to the Capital Foundation fee. So there are ongoing, I think we'll continue to work with the school district throughout our application if there's any changes that need to be made on crosswalks or connections, but we'll continue to work with them. And Councilman, I apologize for not answering your first question, which you were asking me. I'm just looking for the chart here about the parking spaces. We are meeting all the required parking spaces on the site, not asking for any exceptions or exemptions, and that is based on that mix of parking ratio and the type of unit typologies.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any council members have questions? All right, thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Nathan Chavez, City Planner, your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. It's great to see you all again. Proposes a zone change for 12.7 acres from the agricultural zoning district to the R3 multifamily residential zoning district. The applicant's ultimate intent is to develop the site as an apartment complex with 9 total buildings and 283 units, 10% of which will be 80% area medium income housing. There is a concurrent development plan, final plat, and Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District inclusion for the site currently under review by the city. So a similar zone change application was reviewed by this body on November 25th of 2024, and a motion to approve the application failed, which effectively denied the application. And then per the LDC section 21-3135, an applicant may submit a revised application which addresses the stated reasons for denial within a year of the denial. And then during review of that submittal, planning staff found that the May 16th, 2025 submittal addressed the stated reasons for denial by this body, which are on the slide before you. And then there are meeting minutes from the previous zone change public hearings are included in your packet for your reference. So this property is located just to the south of the East 104th and Chambers Road intersection along the western side of Chambers Road. The site is surrounded by a mixture of agricultural zoning and residential straight zoning, as well as PUD zone districts, which include residential and open space planning areas. This is an aerial of the site taken March 25th of this year. The property outlined in red is mostly vacant, save a ranch home and some accessory structures. To the south, from west to east, is the Anderson Ranch PUD, which is currently vacant, Harvest Meadows neighborhood, and then Frontera Village neighborhood across Chambers. To the north are transmission lines, and then to the east and west, or I guess on either side of the property, are similar ranch-style properties. So these are two photos taken from October 3rd of 2024. The top image is of the property facing north, and the bottom image is of the property facing west from Chambers Road. The subject property is designated as the Northern Neighborhoods Character Area within the 2045 Comprehensive Plan. Multifamily residential is a secondary land use in this character area, and which is meant to be less prevalent and serve to support the primary land use, which is single-family attached and detached. Within the Comprehensive Plan's residential areas framework map, the site is designated as greenfield development, meaning any new neighborhoods road should connect to the existing neighborhoods, and higher density residential should be promoted near commercial corridors and nodes. Per the city's master transportation plan, East 102nd Avenue is a minor residential collector planned to stretch from Chambers Road all the way to Sable Boulevard. Required with any future development of the subject property is the build-out of East 102nd Avenue along the property frontage. Improvements proposed with this development include a full build-out of East 102nd from Chambers to the western property line, a temporary 28-foot wide asphalt road extension from Sable Boulevard to the western property line, a northbound left turn storage pocket or a northbound left turn lane on Chambers Road onto East 102nd Avenue, and then a deceleration right-hand turn lane along Chambers Road onto East 102nd Avenue. So please note that the East 102nd Avenue extension from the subject site to Sable Boulevard is not a requirement of the applicants, but a request from Commerce City, and it's a request that benefits the applicants, the city, neighbors, and other users of the city's public right-of-way, because it does create connections for all users within the city and the immediate area. Lastly, a traffic study and supplemental traffic letter reviewed by Public Works and our Traffic Division and Engineering Review Division shows that an insignificant amount of vehicles from the proposed development will utilize the Harvest Meadows subdivision, publicly owned and maintained roads. So the traffic study shows minimal impacts to service capacities from Chambers Road, East 102nd Avenue, and Sable Boulevard. Specifically, the intersections at East 102nd Avenue and Sable Boulevard and East 102nd Avenue and Chambers Boulevard have a projected A level of service out to the years 2027 and 2044, with some expected delays to the left turn lane from East 102nd Avenue onto Chambers in the morning and evening hours. A neighborhood meeting occurred on July 10th of this year, in which 8 residents attended, and their questions and concerns included extension of East 102nd Avenue, and if Harvest Meadow had any responsibility in paying for those costs, increased traffic overall throughout the area, speeding through future East 102nd Avenue, and the possibility of a speed bump installation, when pedestrian safety infrastructure and traffic signals will be installed at Chambers and East 102nd Avenue, and lastly, where access into the new site will align with Harvest Meadows. As of today, planning staff received 1 written public comment, which is in favor of the proposal, and that is included in your revised packet and agenda. Planning Commission heard the application on September 2nd of this year. 2 residents provided comments, 1 in favor and 1 opposed, and then ultimately, the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to recommend approval of the zone change to City Council. So planning staff determined that the application meets the zone change approval criteria. Specifically, that the proposed R3 zone district is consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan and master transportation plan and meets 19 goals and core principles within the comprehensive plan. The proposed zoning allows the site to develop as a multifamily complex, which offers additional housing options, affordable housing, increased connectivity with regards to traffic and pedestrian access, increased landscaping, and roadway improvements. I will not read all the goals and core principles, but there are 10 goals and principles from the housing and neighborhood section that are met per staff's review and analysis, and then 9 other goals and core principles from 3 other sections of the comprehensive plan. In addition, the apartment complex proposed with the corresponding development plan is compatible with the surrounding land use and will act as a buffer between the transmission lines to the north and the Harvest Meadows subdivision to the south. In addition, the site layout is designed so there is minimal facade frontage along East 102nd Avenue, and the applicant did a great job of explaining the increased landscape buffers between Harvest Meadows and the proposed multifamily. The development review team entities such as United Power, the Fire District, and Water District have no further comments regarding the zone change and are continuing to review the corresponding applications to ensure that public services are adequately provided. The 27th School District provided a letter stating that they're able to accommodate the estimated number of students generated from this development, and there's adequate private open space provided by the applicants within the development, and there are plenty of public parks and open space in the area for future tenants. The R3 zoning district allows for multifamily, which is needed in the northern range of Commerce City. According to the 2018 Housing Needs Assessment, 86% of Commerce City's homes are single-family detached in the northern range, and as mentioned earlier, 10% of the proposed units will be dedicated via covenant to be 80% AMI housing. And lastly, the site is near East 104th Avenue, an important commercial corridor for northern range residents. High density from an R3 zoning district development will strengthen the overall business community and attract more desired commercial uses, which is within the public interest and a frequent topic of discussion from the public to city staff. So in conclusion, Planning Commission recommended approval of this application on a 5-0 vote. And in addition, city staff finds that the application adheres to the approval criteria and the applicant addressed council's concerns from the previous denial in 2024. And therefore, staff recommends approval of this application. Staff is able to answer any questions you all may have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Nathan. You said that there were plenty of parks? You said there were plenty of parks?
Yes, sorry, I was just formulating my response.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I probably
Good plan.
Staff probably shouldn't have used the word plenty, but if you review the approval criteria for that specific section, there are 2 open spaces and trails within a 5-minute drive and 3 or 2 Commerce City parks, and then 1 future park that will be within a 20-minute drive between a 5-minute drive and between a 15 to 24-minute walk.
Frontera Park and Harvest Meadows Park are not public parks. Those are parks that are funded by the homeowners in metro districts. So really the only park is Frontera, which is a city park. And that's my concern, is that the residents are paying 48.18 mils, at least according to the most recent information, and that covers the park, among other things. And to leave the corridor open that way, this remains for me a problem with transportation and traffic. So you have all these people coming out of Sable from Foxton Village and the apartment complex. It's on 104th. They'll be coming out Sable. There is no light there. I see people coming out of there constantly onto 104th. Very difficult location. And then only 2 lanes on Chambers without any plans. There's nothing on the city's plans for widening Chambers between 96 and 104th. So I'm just not understanding how it how that location made sense for this kind of density. That hasn't changed in a year. How does it make sense?
So I believe the I'm going to defer to the traffic division. I'm not entirely sure if the traffic impact study includes the build out of Chambers Road in the future, but it is important to note that the traffic impact study looked at levels of service currently and in the future with the projected build out of Anderson Ranch and the Thompson Thrift proposed development. And the applicants and staff found that the levels of service are still at an A for those intersections where there is the cross between traffic. But Mr. Martinez is here to go into a little more depth of that.
Go ahead and ask that question, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you understand the question I was asking about traffic impacts at Sable and 104th, traffic impacts on Chambers between 96 and 104th? As I'll leave it at that right now.
To answer the first question, we have evaluated 104th and Sable. We do have a signal being proposed with Reunion Village 8. When that development starts to build out to the north of 104th, they're scheduled to install a traffic signal, and there will be development in the surroundings that will be contributing.
Oh, we know that well, those of us who live in Reunion, who winds up paying for this stuff. So you are not helping to pay for the light then, only the extension of 102nd, correct?
With this development, the developer is only proposing to make those improvements to 102nd.
Okay, thank you.
Good. There we go. Let's back up. All right, Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I'm very curious on criteria 5. There is community need for the zoning district in the proposed location. How is that?
Yes, certainly. So earlier there was mention of the housing needs assessment, and
I'm talking about the community. I'm not talking about the housing needs assessment for the entire area. I'm talking about our community and how this supplies a community need. By changing this from, I understand the need to change it from agricultural. But why R3?
So if I may, Mayor, just I think for understanding, when you're looking at that criteria, if you can bring that up, Nathan. The definition of community has a distinction, a difference than what you are raising, ma'am. When we think about community need, it has to be based on some quantitative or qualitative analysis in which is driving purpose of the request and evaluation of that. I can appreciate your perspective of the commentation from the residents, but in this aspect, it is looking at what's changed within the built environment of the community and or the things that would drive this, which comes back into that housing needs assessment.
I don't believe that's an appropriate answer to my question. I don't see how this fits criteria 5, where there is a community need for the zoning district in the proposed location. There's an answer that's written here, but I do not believe this answer is sufficient.
And that is very...
And then also on criteria 6, public interest to allow a new use or density. Density is not, I'm not going to make the comment because this is a hearing. So these are questions that I'm asking. I'm wondering how you could really say that changing the zoning to R3 fits these criterias, and those are the questions that I'm asking. I don't believe that the answers that were given here are, I mean, they support what the request is, but to me, they don't fit. I'm asking for a better answer than what's given here, because to me, they do not, it doesn't fit the criteria to change it to zoning to R3. So I'm asking that question. It does, I'm looking at criteria 2, 5, and 6.
So, I'm sorry, Councilmember, you said 2, 5, and 6?
Yeah, I'm asking how does changing it to R3 answer the issues that are presented by the criteria?
Of course. So I'll start with 5. There is a need for a mixture of housing types within Commerce City, specifically within the Northern Range. Again, I know I mentioned the 2018 Housing Needs Assessment, but specifically, 86% of housing is single-family detached within the Northern Range. And staff has heard from commercial developers that there's not enough residents and density that they're looking for commercial, and in order to excuse me, in order to address that, this proposal brings that residential and density to Commerce City, especially near an important commercial corridor or node such as Chambers and 104th. In addition, there's also the proposal for the 10% or 80% AMI for 10% of the units. This allows for a mixture of different residents to live in Commerce City, especially the Northern Range, where the data shows that it's a more affluent community, and there's a need for, hypothetically, or for example, workers in the businesses for the commercial that we want.
Thank you for attempting. Thank you.
Council members have questions? I have a question for staff. I forgot to ask this question to the applicant, but what if this road, instead of going 102nd, was front-loaded to the north and had an outlet to Altura Street? Because Altura, you can go through Altura up to 104th, or you can cut over to 103rd Place, and there's a light there. Why wasn't that contemplated?
So, Mr. Mayor, just to confirm what you're asking.
Yeah, straight across where the arrow is, the orange arrow, going north. Straight across, that's Altura. Why wasn't that considered? Have the road up top there and connect to Altura, because that's wide in there, accessibility to services, amenities, and then you can outlet onto 104th Avenue, east of 104th Avenue.
Yeah, of course. Great question. So during the pre-application process for this project, that went through two pre-applications, and each time city staff presented the master transportation plan, which specifically called for East 102nd Avenue to cut across from Chambers to Sable, and that was that was adequate enough for the transportation goals for this project. And if the transportation plan doesn't call for, in this instance, Altura to head north or another road to go somewhere else, staff instead looks at the plans that have been adopted by the city as the guiding principle or guiding document for development.
Okay. Well, I think we need to think outside the box come to transportation, because we're talking about apartments here. we're talking about accessibility to transportation. There's a bus that runs on 104th, and people are working at DIA. Accessibility to Artura would make more sense instead of waiting for the road to be built in the future. That could be 5, 10 years from now. So if you acquisition of land, I'm sure it's just, if you look as they're traveling to the west, there are connections that go underneath the power lines. So my thing is, why wasn't that considered? So instead of front-loading the traffic into the neighborhood, have the road go to the north of the project, shorten the road to go to Altura. That way it takes the traffic away from Harvest Meadows.
That's a good point, Mayor. Mike Sutherland, I'm the Community Development Director, and to add to Mr. Chavez's answer, yeah, there are some practical difficulties with crossing that easement. As you noted, there are other places that cross under the power lines, and I believe the applicant did look into this. But there were some practical difficulties in this location with crossing under at this time. But it's an excellent point, and we can look at that in the future as sites around this develop.
Okay. Councilmember Chacon.
I wanted to revisit a couple things, and I think this is more for staff, and it is criteria 5. The community need for zoning district in the proposed location given need to provide and maintain a proper mix of use within the city and the immediate area of the proposed use.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, we're in a public hearing. You can't leave in between the public hearing. Oh, okay, got you.
I'm concerned, and I really appreciate the applicant coming back and trying to fix both the AMI, trying to meet streets and traffic flow, egress and ingress. But my concern isn't just the AMI. It's that right now Commerce City has constantly asked for commercial, so I guess this is for staff. Why are we focusing on just the density aspect of commercial? Why is this not a zoning proposed for mixed use so we could also involve commercial with resident housing?
Yep, that's a great question. A lot of, or almost all planning applications and submittals to planning staff for the city are applicant-driven. This would be the first time that any member of, or any member associated with the City of Commerce City has brought this up, bringing mixed use or presenting mixed use to the applicants. Yeah.
I guess I would ask the applicant then, would they be interested in having a mixed use with some commercial and local businesses at that, not
Sorry,
just in
Mayor,
their car wash?
just point of order. We're in a public hearing, so this should be asking questions about the application for zoning, not necessarily. So just a point of order, we're in a public hearing about a rezoning. So we should be having a conversation around the zoning, not necessarily what is going to be above ground.
This is for zoning and rezoning.
Now, we
This is
just
for
had-
criteria 5.
Excuse me, just one second, Councilmember
Sorry.
Chacon. We've had several questions that have come up not related to zoning, so.
And that's the issue,
Councilmember Chacon,
Mayor.
Continue.
But Mayor, point of order, that's the challenge. When we have several questions not
Understand that,
related
but
to
I
zoning
just
in a
understand
public
that,
hearing.
Councilmember Kim.
This
I'm
is
sorry, Councilmember Dukes.
specifically from LDC zoning and rezoning changes. Criteria 5.
Councilor, I'm happy to address. The owner will testify in public testimony here in a few minutes. They have owned this site since 1969. Their mom and their family grew up on this site. They came to the city 8 to 10 years ago to talk about it and said a mixed-use site would not be allowed on this site. Furthermore, and most importantly, what drives more traffic than anything else is commercial and retail uses. So the antithesis of everything that we're talking about, a traffic impact, would only be greatly enhanced by a mix of uses. So we are choosing a less impactful use, multifamily residential, to provide to that and still building your transportation master plan. We are building it. There is no other plan. This is the master plan. We are building it for this site, even though we don't cause it. So we believe we're more than prescribing to the zoning that we're putting in this application.
And the landowner said that they're not open to mixed use?
They were told not to pursue that in compliance, we look at the comprehensive plan, this was looked at as that buffer transition. So I'm not certainly saying no to that. I'm saying that this is a residential development. They could probably testify to folks they heard from. I will also say on a node of a residential and retail at 104th, you're not going to get more retail south of 104th. You're not going to get a standalone retail there. It will just support what is already at the Commerce Center at 104th.
I'm concerned since this is such multifamily density, instead of having the local businesses within that mixed use, because it's not just the actual vehicle traffic I'm concerned about.
Sure.
But it's like 24 minutes to the nearest park if you're able-bodied. All of these kind of things become cumulative impacts to actual housing and
Yeah, and I think our best, and Counselor, I fully respect your opinion on that. I think that's why we've worked so hard to provide the amenities on site. We're at 25% open space. And I just want to be sure and note, there was discussion about Chambers. We are widening Chambers the entire width of our project. We are building an 8-foot multi-use trail all along the eastern edge of our site, western edge of Chambers. We are building fabric that is not there today. So sidewalks on 3 sides, 102nd, both sides, and all of Chambers. We are bringing that fabric into the community that's not there today. We are making a connected site. Other uses that are less dense or something else wouldn't provide that. We are doing that because we're able to bring that in. So I just say it's that balance of finding that improvement. Why is this a community need? Because your guiding documents say this is what should be there, and we're bringing it to fruition.
I appreciate that.
Councilmember Chacon, put you back in the queue.
Please, yeah.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to come back to our staff, and I know that we put it up. So just coming back to the conversation as a public hearing tonight, we are looking at a rezoning from agriculture to multifamily to R3. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then based on your presentation, the history of it, if I look at slide 4, right, the zoning map, correct? The zoning map says that we're looking at this piece of land for rezoning from agriculture to R3.
Correct.
And then based on that criteria, you looked at the 5 criteria with the Planning Commission's approval, right? Or they approved it 5-0 that says, in addition to what you said as staff, to meet the criteria.
That's correct.
And when we think about the housing, I guess my question about criteria 5 or whatnot, you use data, right, with the housing needs assessment that we had available to determine a community need based on, and when we talk about a housing needs assessment, can we talk about, is there community input in housing needs assessment?
Correct. With the 2018 housing needs assessment, there was community input. I can't tell you the extent of it, but that is present in that document.
Okay, and so with the community input at housing, is there community input in the comprehensive plan that we approved? Is that correct?
Correct.
So community has had input into what our desires and our needs are across our city. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then did the applicant actually do outreach as well to the community?
Yes.
And it seems like, so they came last year, did more outreach, and then as I saw in our packet, they had community support as well, correct?
That's correct.
And so with this, is there any criteria that you see we have not met, or this applicant has not met when we look at the criteria land code?
Staff's analysis is that all approval criteria for a zone change are met for this application.
And so during a public hearing, as city attorney, as a public hearing, we're asking questions, not necessarily expressing our opinions at this point. Is that correct?
At this point, you're supposed to be asking questions of the staff and applicant, yes.
Thank you. And so my last question is, do you have an estimate or a thought? Think about the public good in this application. They're expanding it from Sable to Chambers. I asked the applicant earlier on, do you have an estimate based on your experience, how much it costs to build out a road, both sides of a road?
The full build out of a road is typically, for 1 mile, is typically, I believe the figure is $1 million. Since this is just a temporary asphalt road and not a full road, it would be less than that, but I couldn't give you an exact figure.
That's okay. It's expensive, I'm assuming, to build out a road. I guess the other question I have is when we think about the traffic that you provided the map, can you walk through and explain your expertise on traffic studies? Or I guess we have a traffic expert here. Can you explain the expertise that goes behind traffic counts and why you landed on those 3 options?
Yeah, when it comes to a traffic study, and I apologize, I'm with Public Works, I didn't introduce myself earlier. My name is Gerardo Martinez. Yeah, when it comes to a traffic study, we look at the conditions that are currently present, and then we look at the build-out, and then we take that build-out and we push it out another, usually 15 to 18 years. Typically, we go out 20 years, and we look at the conditions throughout that time frame. And for this site, we looked at everything, and we determined that it fits well with the surroundings and the improvements that they're doing in terms of circulation, address some of the concerns that were presented previously.
And are there standards that you live by in terms of looking at traffic studies and traffic counts? I mean, is it important to have expertise and some regulations so we don't just make up roads and stuff? Or can you explain that, why that's important?
Yeah, so we rely on our standards. When we do a review, we look at how closely they.
Councilmember Dukes.
Can you finish the question as others have finished their
Because
questions?
there's no more questions. I'll put you back in the queue.
No, can you
Go ahead and
finish your question?
Go ahead and finish your last answer, sir.
I was just going to say that we rely on the standards and specifications that we have in the city to come up with a determination.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon.
I just wanted to clarify, because I think it was the applicant that said that the landowner was discouraged. Just to clarify, they weren't discouraged by the staff to have mixed use or anything. This was like outside?
Staff is not entirely sure where this reference came from. If it was from the pre-application phase, staff pointed toward any recommendations or comments toward the comprehensive plan and stated at that time, the comprehensive plan recommends this application or recommends this type of zoning or discourages another type of zoning. But at this point in time, staff cannot tell you where exactly that conversation occurred or who it was between.
If I may, ma'am, a better way to rephrase that is, I think that's a question that's most appropriate for the owner or the applicant to be able to further outline.
Please. Thank you.
I would just offer one clarification. When we started this process, the comp plan that was in place, this site was high-density residential across the board. That was the label. It was for residential. So when we went to staff and there was a discussion, mixed use would not have been appropriate on that site. So there was a discussion with staff, and that was not a recommendation because the comp plan specifically said this was high-density residential. As you all know, in the interim process, you have adopted a new comprehensive plan that has changed that. So in fairness, Councilor, there's been a modification of that. So when we started the process, the owner went there and they were told retail would not be as appropriate as high-density residential.
And that's right near electrical power lines, isn't it? Isn't there like electrical power lines that run across 100?
Just to the north of it, yes.
Correct, just to the north.
Okay. I just find it concerning a little bit because it would be easier to be commercial. That's why I'm asking for density. And it's already mentioned that growing population helps in marketing and recruitment of prospective retailers for the approved criteria. So it's already seen as a space that will bring in that. So my concern is having that balance, that it's not just density, but it can be walkable commercial for all of those people living there because it's become such a bedroom state. Thank you.
Okay, I had a question for the applicant. I know I already asked you this question about the streets. Altura?
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think the question was, why did we not consider that route to the north? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
because I'm looking at criteria number 3, the proposed zoning. Will have a future development can provide efficiently and adequate provision of public service, including but not limited to water, sewage, streets, and drainage.
Yeah, sure. So the one thing I would note, and I apologize, I'm probably changing slides on the city's presentation. I won't do that. But the transportation master plan that has been adopted by the city, that is what we are building. It does not show a roadway to the north on Altura. So we're actually building the master plan, what was designed and ordained with city comment and public comment about the right route. We also wondered about that. The truth of the matter is, sir, we don't own any of that land north of us. There's the utility crossing easements, and my guess is, I don't know that Altura to the north, that is just to the east side of that multifamily. I'm not sure what that road would do. I would immediately react that that could lead to true cut-through traffic through Harvest Meadows rather than the other way. We are capturing that motion. So that's my
Well, I'm just saying,
acknowledgement.
if it flipped it, instead of having 102nd above, you go north, it's 101st.
Right?
So would front load the traffic going that way instead of going into the neighborhood.
Yeah, and we'll honor, I think we provided the application and work with staff, showed the traffic analysis. They said to build out 102nd, that was the right route. So, sir, I'm sure there are multiple other solutions, but this is the Transportation Master Plan, and they asked us to even build off-site, and that's what we're doing. So we believe we're meeting that approval criteria of building that plan.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I think just to further the point that I think Gerardo was trying to lead you all with the traffic impact study, right? There are obviously a set of parameters and criteria that look at the necessary proposed improvements that are required of that development. And I would say if there was a requirement for any additional off-site improvements, whether that being a road running north-south to create a connection for Altura, or for the extension of 102nd Avenue outside of the property's boundaries to Sable Drive, those would be recommendations that would be made within the traffic impact study because of the background traffic conditions plus project and ultimately the build out within the assumed area, correct me if I'm wrong, Gerardo, would ultimately then ensure that those requirements were being captured at the appropriate time of development, before or after. And since the traffic impact study that is attached in your packet of materials provides 4 recommended improvements, I would say that those should help guide the thought process based on what would be the traffic generation, plus what is considered or assumed, and the existing. But Gerardo, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
You can please repeat that again? I didn't catch it all.
So, based on background, plus project, plus future, the traffic impact study would outline the necessary improvements that would be associated with the impacts of this development.
That's correct.
And given that there's 4 recommendations and what they're offering to do for 102nd is voluntary in nature, it's not a requirement for it to be a consideration of this development.
Yes, that's also correct.
And if there was a need for Altura, that would also be outlined within a traffic impact study to ensure that the mitigation of impacts on the existing surrounding roads would also be demonstrated within that study.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, I will now open the public. I will now invite the public to provide testimony and ask the clerk if anyone from the public signed up to testify on this hearing.
Yes, Mayor, we have one person signed up, Cynthia Wood.
Okay. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearing. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you are recognized to speak, please approach the podium and state your name, address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. Yes.
My name is Cynthia Wood. The property address is 10225 Chambers Road. I am the owner of the property, and I support the rezoning request. This was my family home. I grew up there. We were so remote that we saw lights on 96th Avenue. We knew we were getting company. It's been remarkable to see the development that's taken place around that homestead. I, as a trustee responsible for the care of my parents, decided that I had to put the property up for sale approximately 3 years ago to pay for their ongoing medical care as they aged. It was a very difficult decision. We had tried, a couple of occasions to figure out how to get the property to generate revenue. One of the things we did about 20 years ago was we approached the city with an idea of putting in a commercial boarding facility for dogs because we knew the growth was going to happen out there. It was been a good use of the property. At that time, we were told that the preferred use for that piece of property was multifamily residential. That was 20 years ago. They would have considered a commercial concern, but we would have given up 30% of our property in all the improvements that the city was looking for. And quite frankly, we could not leverage the value of the property to pay for the development. We couldn't do the job. So when I decided to list the property 3 years ago, I went back to the city to confirm that it was multifamily residential. It was. I found a buyer. You guys placed an undue burden on me a year ago when you said no, because I don't know if I should ask you or I should ask the city planner. It was fully within the comprehensive use plan. That was revised again in June. We are still compliant. So what I'm asking for you is for you to please consider my situation as a property owner who's been completely invalidated by the development that needs to sell the property, because quite frankly, what I paid for my parents' medical care, I could buy maybe one of the more expensive homes in Reunion. It's a crushing debt, and I have to sell the property. And I appreciate the need, the community concerns about something being done with it that the entire community may benefit from. But we have to remember, not everybody wants to own a home. Not everybody wants those responsibilities. We want to attract people to the area close to, Boulder, close to Denver, close to DIA especially, that want to enjoy what Reunion has to offer, contribute to your commercial development base, and call the area home. So Thompson Thrift has been wonderful. They've come back and addressed every concern you had regarding the roads, the school, all the development. I'm just asking you, please, to reconsider this and to please approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have other in-person speakers as well.
Okay.
Next up, we have Tom Kaufman.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Tom Kaufman. I live at 2515 Wolf Street in Denver, but I do land brokerage. I'm the managing broker of Colorado Land Advisors. In the nation, we're the largest brokerage for land into development, and we're also the largest seller of master plan communities. So a lot of what we do, a lot of brokerages come and say, hey, we do site selection. We do site deselection. And what ends up with our proprietary software is the stuff that the city recommends to be zoned. They came in and we looked at this, and everything was compliant with what the city had set up for that site. Even through the rezone, it is still compliant for that site. So it just, when we're out there, that's the advertising sign that the city's putting out there, and we need consistency. I volunteered for the city for a couple different committees and always will. Sold about 2,500 acres already in your city, and have 6 more projects coming that are either already in the city or will be annexed into the city. So it's just nice to have Commerce City be consistent to what's being put out there, to the people coming in, and even when they're adjusting, they've adjusted greatly. They've added stuff. They're paying for roads that they don't need to pay for. They're making the connectivity. They're using the recommendations. They're currently still in compliant with what the city has put out there. You've also had, the previous case where the city, where the owner tried to go commercial. And you've also got in the notes saying that the commercial on 104th is so great, they need more residents already. It's a secondary setback. It wouldn't even be a first-tier street or second. It would be a third one behind a power line. It didn't make as much sense. Rather support your businesses that already exist here. Give them the residents that will go spend the money in those businesses so the current businesses not only survive, but thrive now. And you need the density to do it. You're in a pocket which is 86% single family. What happens to the people, new jobs coming in, new people that don't know the neighborhoods, don't know your great city? They need a place to land, to figure out, just if any of you guys moved, you would probably rent for a year, figure out the neighborhoods. This is a great diversity product to do that. And there's a lot of people that are single parents that don't need the lawn care. They need to take care of their own children. So they want to rent. So this is another great gap in that neighborhood, and maybe not overall in the city. You guys are doing a great job of looking for diversity, looking for obtainable or affordable housing. every time that, you know, the two things always come up is density and height, but it's really supply. If you guys want,
Thank you, sir.
okay,
Appreciate it.
don't kill the supply.
All right, need a motion to extend the automatic time adjournment. Mayor Pro Tem Noble? Till midnight.
All right, I'll move to extend the meeting until midnight.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor is to extend the automatic adjournment to midnight. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously. All right. Go to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. Our next speaker we have is Greg Thompson.
Good evening. My name is Greg Thompson. I'm with School District 27J, 1850 Egbert Street in Brighton, 80601. I'm not affiliated with Thompson Thrift. I wanted to address some comments that were made at the last public hearing before City Council. There was concern about capacity in the schools. Let me assure you that there is capacity and that there will be capacity in the future. The school district is charged with providing public school space for students PK through 12. It's our role and responsibility to do so. Making that happen is an inexact science, though. Unexpected changes to the economy, to the cost of building materials, with people's interest in which school to attend, brings up changes that were perhaps unexpected. The school district has a variety of tools to address school capacity, to make it better mix and match with what is going on in the community. We can adjust boundary lines where new schools are built. Our areas grow at different rates. We provide different grade configurations as well in different schools. We can build new schools as well. We can also provide modular buildings that will increase capacity. A variety of those things are somewhat short-term and some are longer-term, obviously. The applicants have indicated that they will pay their cash in lieu of fees, which they're required to do, but they'll also do the capital facility fee foundation, which is a voluntary tax-deductible fee as well. And the school district is appreciative of that, as is the foundation. Having a variety of housing types is encouraged as well. So this provides a different housing type to the area than the vast majority of housing types that are currently there. The student generation rate for apartments is less than single-family homes. It's about 25% that of single-family homes on average. I'm neither here in support nor against this particular development, but felt it would be helpful for you to hear directly that there's adequate capacity at all levels of 27J schools and that there will be adequate capacity in the future as well. I think it's probably helpful for you to get good information to help you make your decision, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all we have for speakers.
Okay. All right. Does the applicant wish to make any rebuttals?
Councilors and Mayor, thank you very much. I'll just maybe in a brief rebuttal, thank you all for your questions and comments. I know there's been a lot of discussion on approval criteria 5. Can you run this one? Sorry. And 6. I just want to state again that we believe we're in full compliance with the approval criteria, and we provided a separate narrative that went through each of those criteria, as did city staff. 5 is actually about the community need. All of your policies, all of your adopted policies and housing plans address a housing typology. And the comprehensive plan focuses on primary uses and secondary uses. 86% of the Northern Range is single-family homes. We are the secondary use. We are the diversity of product. That is exactly what is called out. And we are providing that. We are fully consistent with your guidance. And based on your recommendation, which made our application 100 times better, you said go further and bring affordable housing, and we are doing that. We unequivocally are addressing community needs. Finally, I just say on approval criteria 6, you also look at what are the impacts, the changing to such a degree. There are only 2 sites that are not zoned. We are still an ag zone district. There has been such a change now. We are compliant with that. There is an area of change. We also are reflecting on what has developed around us, the economic impact we can have on the established retail that is there. So we believe we're in full compliance with the approval criteria. I want to stop there and just say again, we're happy to address any of these questions, but folks, we heard you, we heard the community, and we implemented the solutions. And everything we heard, we have implemented. We cannot change the type of use we are because we believe it's an appropriate use, and we believe that brings that diversity in. So we'd respectfully request your support and stop there. Thank you very much for all your feedback on this application.
Thank you.
You bet.
We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion and second to introduce ordinance Z25-002 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you. I don't have a problem with the project. I have a problem with the streets and the ingress and egress and the traffic on Chambers, but in particular, the impact that it will have on Harvest Meadows, especially since parks are a long walk away. It's not handy. And they're going to want to go into Harvest Meadows, for sure. I wish that this had been arranged differently, not strictly based on a traffic study, but based also on like a human study. What is the natural thing that people will do? They will naturally walk across a street and go up a couple of blocks and use the park at Harvest Meadows that belongs to this metro district that they pay the costs of. However, this evening, there is not a soul here from that neighborhood who is talking about this. I suspect they will be back to speak to a future city council because this won't be built by the time I'm still in office. But the folks who live in Harvest Meadows will be back, and I hope that we just remember that we had this opportunity. And I will be voting for it, but my issues are with 3 and 4 as opposed to 5 and 6. Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So, yes, it needs to be changed from agricultural to another zone, but I cannot go with an R3 zoning that adds more density. There are other apartment complexes that are in the pipeline that people are not considering that are going to be built. And so I could see considering a different zone other than R3, but R3 to me does not enhance the community. And I really believe that we need to express those kinds of things to people who come in with proposals. We're trying to build a great community here, and we have to be considerate of those who are already here. And so I will not be supporting R3, and I have expressed the criteria that I believe it does not meet. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So here's the way I see it for myself. I've heard everything, the testimonies, heard what the developer, the applicant had to say, you know, and of course I think back to the International Council for Shopping Centers, not just the conversations I've had with them about retail, wanting more retail, and giving them our traffic counts, giving them our population counts, especially in the northern area, and hearing other communities outside of Commerce City pretty much be told the same thing. You don't have enough rooftops, not enough people. And as baffling as that to me, because I'll tell you, 3 years ago, I was on a different plane. I said, that's BS because we have enough, we have everything we need there, so why can't we get commercial? I leaned in further, talked to developers, talked to landowners, talked to acquisition folks, especially went to ICSC, talked to residents as well. I mean, it's all there. The applicant has gone above and beyond with regards to from the initial denial till today. You heard Commissioner Amador say earlier about the AMI levels as far as what they're going for 70 to 90% during the URA. And the fact that you think about Commerce City and you imagine how much it costs for an actual home or whatever the case is, the 6 figures, 80% is, yeah, we may not agree with it. We may think that it needs to be lower, maybe income-based, but at the end of the day, comparing that around the radius where we live now, it is high. Then I think about the human factor. You've got a family who's had that place for years, taking care of their parents, being in debt for, I'm just gonna throw $500,000 out there, being in debt to help pay for something. So they're trying to sell this land off. They're trying to make the money necessary in order to pay off that debt, because I know what it's like to be in debt too, but that's a different story. But you're taking care of parents, and I think about that as a human factor. They're trying to find ways to sell the land, make the money, pay off the debt. And not just for that reason, but not also for the job that the applicant has done. I will be approving this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
I just want to thank the applicant and the landowner for coming forth and being a part of this process. I think it's a model, go above and beyond to listen to community, take the feedback, and actually take action, which is something that's really commendable for you all to really be thoughtful about that. They have the level of testimony here from the landowner to the school district, and looking at the letters for the fire and our our water district. It just says a lot about partnership, and so I appreciate that. The other piece I appreciate is just the ability to say we're going to expand 102nd Avenue. I can't stress that enough, and you heard me ask a number of questions about how much this costs. This is a challenge we've had as a city, and this is a partner that has chosen to help us build out our transportation master plan. Let that sink in. Helping us move forward to build out our transportation master plan. And with that, it's just exciting to see that partnership that we have always asked for. We continue to ask for on the dais, and you're actually taking action to do that. The other piece that I heard tonight was the idea of helping our current restaurants thrive. I love that concept because we do have some amazing restaurants, and if you go across our northern range and even our southern range, they want customers. Not customers within a 20-mile radius, not customers within the 10, but 5-mile radius so they can shop and dine and enjoy the amenities, and this is what this is going to provide. The last piece that struck out is a comment around single-family homes, or single-family folks raising their children, single families or maybe divorcees, who don't want to buy a big single-family home. And this hits home because, as you all know, I do have children that are young in preschool, and there's been so many families that have gone through the challenge of divorce. They have chosen to give up their single-family 4,000 square foot home because they can't afford. But what they love is the ability to stay in the neighborhood, the ability to stay close to their child care center, and they love the community they're in. So this is going to provide another opportunity. And same on the other end, when you have empty nesters. As lot of them maybe don't want the big home anymore. You don't want to shovel snow. You don't want to cut the grass, but you want to be in a community where we enjoy our amenities that we provide as Commerce City. And so this is going to meet that need as well. And I listened to our city staff give detailed expertise around how they came about the decisions that they've made. And I commend you all for continuing to share your expertise and saying this is something we just wing. This is something that you've been trained for, you went to schooling for, and you have expertise. So with that, I'll be voting yes for this.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. I am truly amazed that we actually had an applicant come back and meet all of the requirements that this council had set forth. And I think about commercial uses on that property, and with it being 3 blocks away or 3 streets away from 104th, the type of commercial that you'd see is storage facilities and things of that nature. And there would also be people saying, I don't want that. When you look at the arsenal and how much land it takes up and the lack of the ability to have any rooftops on the arsenal property, we need some density in what has become a sea of single-family homes. We need a place for firemen and school teachers and people like that to work, to live. So I am really impressed that they're willing to put 102nd all the way through and going above and beyond what was required of them in the first place and to have met all the requirements. So I will be in full support. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I do thank the applicant for coming back and really trying to listen to our concerns in that way. I'm really trying to find a way that I can meet a middle ground, but my concern is about being a bedroom community with so much density that we still only have 1 grocery store. And to have more density without considering the public interest to have at least a mixed-use space, I would ask that the staff find a way to work with the landowner to see that need for that new interest, honestly. So to me, this doesn't meet the requirement for 5. We need that type of commercial, we need that local business, and we need at least some type of grocery store, marketplace, or something. I see a lot of single-family homes, but I see 3 or 4 families living in them already. And though I do want multi-family options, if we don't have some other commercial, that type of density all going and feeding that King Soopers isn't just gonna be the traffic of foot traffic or human traffic in that space, but it's actually gonna be an incredible burden on our retailers because now they're having to meet such a need that they might not necessarily have the resources for. Because of that, I also don't feel it necessarily meets the public services of criteria 3. I've grown up with family members that have ADA concerns and they can only travel by traffic of bus or going to parks. And this is not attainable, even at 80% AMI. So if they're willing to hold more to 60 to 70% AMI so that we could actually serve those single parents, that'd be great. But this does not meet the criteria for still meeting a need for the public interest and a need for public services in a way that we're not just creating just a focus on density, just because that's a comprehensive plan.
Thank you. All right. Also, I want to thank the applicant for bringing this back and for what's been brought forward for us to view this, what the needs are. And I know we're talking about 2018 housing assessment. We needed 3,000 homes a year. You know, I struggle because I do talk to the community in that area. Visit a lot of those homes over there, probably 50% of them. And what I hear is we're going to be inundated with traffic. And I'm sorry that I did not bring this up prior last year or have any discussion to say, what about creating a 101st? Because when it comes to public transportation, a future public transportation, and our master plan, it is being innovative and thinking about not the distance cars have to travel, but also feeding the economic portion. There is retail just a block away, but it's how you have to get to that retail is a concern. And the fact that could be a future road, but that might not be till sometime way in the future. It won't be in 2027. So that's my concern. I'm concerned about the people who are now, how it's going to impact them for a long term. They have to deal with that for the rest of their lives. This project is new. I think but it could be more innovative for the roads. And that's something we need to consider in the future when we plan a development like this next to an existing neighborhood of a way where the traffic could go the other way instead of impacting the homes that are there now. So with that, we have our motion in the second. Sorry about this. All right, the motion of force to introduce ordinance Z 25-002 by council seated and approved on first reading. I'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance Z 25-0002, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 10225 Chambers Road from agricultural district to multifamily residential district. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6-3. All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. That's what you said? Thank you, thank you. All right, resolution 2025-158, revised economic development incentive program policy. We'll invite Garrett Anderson, Director of Economic Development, forward to make the presentation. Good evening.
That one. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. We're happy to present tonight a new comprehensive update to the economic development incentive policy designed to modernize our incentives and the approach to enhance transparency and better position the city for attracting investment. One of the foundational elements here is that we're proposing a set of two documents. One would be the operational framework that is before you tonight, and then a second one would be a standard operating procedure that would reside with the city manager and to execute with his staff that would define things like the application process, evaluation criteria, payment timing, annual reporting, things that are not necessarily a part of a fixed resolution before council. Also, as you see, sorry, my screen is not projecting up there. How do I do that? Thank you. Also, you see here, there's 3 different council resolutions that are proposed to be repealed and replaced with this single document that just helps us to consolidate and streamline our approach as we refer back to our own policies in the future. This policy helps us coordinate efforts across the ecosystem and with a variety of other partners and make it clear how we contribute and how we can help them also contribute to our local economy, centralizing that framework. So as we get into the policy itself, you'll see in the attachment, there's 6 different sections. The first one really just defines what our priority investments are. All of these areas are just strictly pulled from our own approved documents, the comprehensive plan and the economic development strategic plan. These are direct references to those other documents. The SOP guidance really only just clarifies which page number to look for on those plans. For the process, it establishes a clear step-by-step process that we can use to prepare and execute the agreements in the future. The SOP provides additional guidance on exactly how that works, including putting together an application review committee with various departments to ensure transparency and accountability in that decision-making process. Evaluation criteria is our third section. These, again, ensures alignment with our strategic plans and our measurable community benefits. Generation of new tax revenue is really the key priority here. We've been advised that under Colorado state statutes, the best preferred way to do it is, and the only really way to do it legally, is that we are only offering these types of incentives when new revenues to the city are present, either by some sort of permits or fees that they're paying to the city or through tax dollars. Then we can return a portion of that back to our investment partners in those cases. Here the SOP helps describe the payment timing for those incentives, making sure they're distributed responsibly and tied to performance, as well as the annual reporting that would come back to ensure compliance and impact. Section 4, we're starting to dig into the actual programs. There's 3 main programs detailed in sections 4, 5, and 6. 4 is the sales tax, 5 is hotel and lodging tax, and 6 is the permit fees. So section 4 here with the sales tax, we are offering up to a 49% rebate of only new sales and use tax that are generated from the investments into the city. This is also into 3 different sections. 4A would be new sales and use tax that would be paid during the actual construction of a property. 4B would be ongoing revenues that would support the business as they're getting ramping up their local sales and getting stabilized. And then C is a new program that we're using that would help revitalize, either revitalize underperforming centers or construct new retail space anywhere across the city by directing a portion of the new property or sales tax revenues from the businesses back to the builder of that space so that they can help offset their costs. And again, the SOP here just clarifies the guidance and maintains the confidentiality of our sales tax data from those businesses that would be participating. Number 5 is very similar to what we have today already with our lodging, or accommodations tax rather. This allows a portion of our 4% accommodations tax that's on hotels today to be brought back to the builder of that hotel as, again, a way to help stabilize that new property as it comes onto the market. The final section here is building permit fees. Is, you know, certain fees that are imposed by the city can be waived, or rather returned to the developer after having been paid to the city first. Those include building permit fees and development review, that kind of fees, but not impact fees is a really important distinction between those. That's where the SOP really comes in this case, is it helps define exactly which fees we're talking about. It has a good long list that rather than having that in the resolution, that can still be something that's flexible with the city manager if new fees are put in place, for example, or we want to change which fees are appropriate. We can do that a little bit more nimbly in the future with that SOP guidance. The final thing here is just simply that we have a large ecosystem of other providers, other partners that are working to provide local resources, especially financial resources to the businesses, and the SOP really outlines how we're going to direct those resources to our local businesses, in addition to the ones that we're going to consider for ourselves, you know, our own programs. So, for example, County Enterprise Zone, other Adams County programs, State of Colorado programs, as well as our Elevate Commerce platform. It lists a lot of our small business lenders that are active in the ecosystem, that are helping small businesses find the capital that they need to grow and expand in our state. Our utility partners as well, things like that. So with all of the ecosystem that's being provided, we want to be able to expand the outreach that we're providing beyond just the incentives that we're proposing tonight onto a variety of other partners that are helping us to make our businesses thrive. Finally, our action tonight is to approve we would recommend approval of the new modernized economic development incentives program that helps us have the tools that we need to be successful in what we're doing with our current team, as well as the new proposed team structure that we're proposing for next year. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report.
Thank you. All right. We have questions for Mr. Anderson. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all that you have covered here. I was looking at and I do want to make clear that Commerce City does offer incentives already. This does not mean that we don't offer incentives. Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, many of these programs already exist now. We're just refining how they're offered. There's a couple new things like the shopping center incentive, but we're trying to consolidate some of the programming into a single toolbox and help refine the way that they're offered to make it just easier. Really, a high priority for our clients is speed to market and being able to get through this process fast.
Then let me, Brittany, you need to set my clock, Brittany.
Thank you.
All right. I'm looking at the top goals and strategic considerations from an economic development perspective for the city of Commerce City in the next 5 years. This was a survey that was done with residents. The top category was other, 80% was other. The other category includes write-in responses, the majority of which fell under expand offerings in retail and services category, grocery stores, restaurants, entertainment offerings. Second was attract new businesses in traditional and emerging industries, expand offerings in retail and services with 60%. improve access to jobs that pay livable wages or improve upward mobility. When I met with the team last week about this, I asked that we have a higher incentive for livable wages, sustainable wages, that we need to be able to pay people to actually pay those rentals costs that we just heard about, or the mortgages that we just heard about, or the condo and the fees that we just heard about. We cannot have widget jobs, as someone mentioned during the course of the meeting. Those will not pay enough. And so I don't see where incentives are strong enough in this. They aren't under priority investments. And that, for me, is a priority investment. Also, under grow the city's target manufacturing clusters, the very first item is including energy and natural resources. We do not need to give incentives to natural resources, in my opinion. They know where their resources are, and they will try to come get them no matter what. And also, in terms of energy, I would say renewable energy. Clean energy has a lot of different connotations that can be misinterpreted, if you will. So that would be a concern for me. Also, I didn't see education on this, technical colleges or colleges, universities, any of that kind of thing. And the final was opportunity zones. That exists until the end of 2028 under this administration, and it does apply to communities like ours that we can help and offer. And my final is, when do we as council see incentive offers?
Okay, a lot of questions there. Let me go through them one by one. So the opportunity zones, that's certainly one of those ecosystem tools that we're talking about. So even though it's not listed specifically, that's definitely something we would point people to when it's appropriate. There's only a small territory in the Commerce city limits that is been designated for opportunity zones, but when people are investing in that area, we certainly would explore that as an option. The energy and natural resources connection, that one is just simply listing the target sectors that are listed in our economic development strategic plan. And the chapter on that, I can direct you to page 12, very specifically says that I can read the top paragraph here. It says, the energy and natural resources sector is not only well established in Metro Denver, but shows continuous growth, especially in the renewable and clean energy sectors. And it goes on to describe renewables and clean energy as a target for us in the energy sector in moving forward. So that's the focus that it gives in our economic development strategic plan.
I would revise that.
So,
what about incentives? When do we see incentives?
When do you see incentives? So the policy right now, based on that 2014 policy that was adopted, the resolution that you saw, that right now suggests that anything above a offer amount of $50,000 would go to the city council. What we're proposing with this one is that we standardize that amount to the city manager's standard contract authority. Whatever that amount is by code. Right now, that is set at $250,000. If that goes up or down later, we just want to leave it with whatever the typical amount of contract authority for the city manager would be. And rather than stating a specific number that may change over time.
I have follow-up, but I'll wait for round two.
For example, the most recent one that we brought before the council was with Ardent Mills. That incentive amount was proposed at roughly $1.4 million. That would certainly exceed that amount that was that would be proposed in the new policy. So yes, you would definitely have council input and vote on that type of that scale of an incentive policy.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-158, approving the revised Commerce City Economic Development Incentive Policy.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. Any more discussion? Councilmember Tu, do you have any discussion? No. Okay. Councilmember Douglas.
I was going to ask this question before the motion was made. So is 10 years for lodging, is that typical incentive?
Yeah, I believe it is, yes.
So that long, okay. I would have thought that it would be shorter, but, okay, thank you.
I'm going to have a question before I go back to second round there. I had a question too about, I do appreciate you guys bringing this forward as far as incentive, the new incentive policy. It's, it seems that it's, I wouldn't say aggressive, but necessary to move our city forward. The only priority under Section 1 priority investments, I would definitely take out including energy and natural resources and bioscience. That's going to be tough to do bioscience, especially with the campus over off of Colfax and Schutz campus. Huge biotech. But definitely need some changes on the energy and natural resources because we don't. That's something I know in the industry business. I know the state of Colorado they were looking to do an incentive for data centers. Right now, data centers don't really need an incentive because they can actually produce their own energy. But just the way things are regulated here, that's going to be impossible. So that's one of the changes there. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem on what she had made some suggestions. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yes, we have a motion and a second on the floor, so it would appear that the only way to make any changes to this at this point would be to offer an amendment. And so I would like to offer an amendment that under Section 1 priority investments, where it reads, grow the city's target manufacturing clusters, comma, including renewable energy, broadband and digital communication, healthcare and wellness, financial services, IT and software, food and beverage, and education. That's my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could clarify, are you making a motion to amend or were you asking?
To
for
amend.
friendly? You're making a motion to amend. Thank you.
Okay, that's a motion.
Yes.
Councilmember Dukes? Yeah. You want to push a button for the record?
Accept the motion for the language change. It doesn't change the content, but it changes the language to add in a specific sector.
Yeah, and I did remove one. There's two that are removed, natural resources and bioscience.
And it sounds like you clarified the terminology, so.
Yeah, renewable energy.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Yeah. Councilmember Teeter?
Can we talk you into changing it from renewable energy to clean energy?
No.
No?
Anybody other discussion?
Well, I don't agree with the, as
Okay.
a second, then get another second.
It was already second. So she made the motion and Councilmember Dukes second.
He accepted it.
Oh,
I believe he's objecting, right?
Pardon?
Do you object?
Yeah, I
no,
object.
she made a separate motion.
She made a
No,
separate.
This is a friendly,
You make a second motion or did you?
Let me just clarify. I heard a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Noble. I heard agreement by Dukes, but I didn't hear a second. So Councilmember Dukes, was that a second to her motion to amend?
That was a second. Yes, that was a second to her motion to amend with the
Thank
language
you.
she provided.
So we have on the floor a motion to amend,
Yes.
which can be discussed and debated at this point.
Can't the motion maker simply accept my amendment? We only vote on it when the motion maker doesn't accept the amendment.
So that's why I asked the clarification of whether you were making a friendly amendment or whether you were
was.
making a separate motion
Right.
to amend.
It would be if he doesn't accept it, then it isn't friendly anymore.
Right.
So he
Yes.
accepted it.
But I asked you if you were doing a friendly amendment or if you were making a motion to amend, and you said you were making a motion to amend.
I did not hear your full question that way.
So sorry for that misunderstanding. So I think you can discuss the motion to amend unless you want to change it now, withdraw it, and provide it as a motion, as a friendly amendment to Mr. Duke's motion.
Okay, I'm sorry that it was heard as make a motion. I was asking if they would accept an amendment, and then I described the amendment. And I believe he said he would accept the amendment.
As a friendly.
Yeah.
All right, so your interpretation was that that was a friendly amendment and not a
Yeah, that was my
separate-
interpretation. But there is disagreement on the friendly amendment with Councilmember Teeter.
So you have another request if there's for another friendly amendment? Councilman Teeter, are you asking for another friendly amendment?
Well, I was wanting to include clean energy in the motion.
Which was not accepted by Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Right.
Therefore, you could make a motion to amend if you wanted to do that.
Oh, I'd like to make a motion to amend, to accept clean energy and along with sustainable energy. Or, yeah, I think it was renewable energy is what you brought up, but I'm,
So you're saying clean energy and renewable energy?
yes.
Fine with me.
Has nothing to do with me. I already made my amendment. He accepted my amendment. Now he's making a separate one that goes directly to him, and he accepted that one.
You are correct.
So I don't have to intercede.
Yes.
So we're going to go with the friendly amendment first?
No.
We'll do the friendly amendment first that was proposed by Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Wait, we don't have to vote on it because it was accepted by him.
They're both friendly.
Yeah.
Correct. So
Right.
that's a friendly amendment, so we don't need to vote on that. And we now have a second friendly amendment to add clean energy to it. So there's not a need to vote on the amendment. That's been accepted.
Okay. Well, I thought that we had two different ones.
I believe as long as the motion maker keeps accepting amendments and the seconder to the motion maker, whoever that might be, accepts it, then we don't need to vote on it.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Any discussion? Okay. Councilmember Douglas.
So in adding clean energy, which would now include nuclear because it was pushed at the Capitol, then in voting in this, then we would be giving incentives for bringing in nuclear energy. Is that correct?
I can't imagine that a nuclear project like this would be a low enough budget that it would fall within the city manager's authority to approve administratively. So anything that large would likely come back to the council for a separate consideration and vote.
Right, thank you.
All right. Seeing no more, we'll go ahead and go for the vote.
Can we just get a clarification of what the final motion is? So it's a motion to accept with the additional language from Mayor Pro Tem, change to include clean energy, correct?
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to state, you want to?
Grow the city's target manufacturing clusters, including renewable energy and clean energy, broadband and digital communication, healthcare and wellness, financial services, IT and software, food and beverage, and education.
Thank you.
Your vote is open.
Okay, it passed unanimously. All right, eminent domain, resolution 2025-148.
Sorry, Mayor, just point of order really quick. With this vote, it says it vote for Mayor Pro Tem's friendly amendment, does that mean it should say vote for the whole passage of the resolution, correct?
That's correct. It should be for the whole motion.
Then I did that vote wrong. Your vote is open for the full resolution, not the friendly amendment. Thank you, Councilmember Dukes.
All right, item number, resolution 2025-158, passed unanimously. Okay, resolution 2025-148, eminent domain for East 58th Avenue reconstruction project. Is there a presentation on this?
No, sir.
This has to do with the area around Suncor, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. All right. Any other discussions? Let me clear the floor. Go ahead, put your names back in the queue. Councilmember Douglas.
So I'm wondering why we are not negotiating with these big oil companies to help us do the improvement rather than put it on the backs of our citizens. That's what that's what that road is really used for. I try to avoid using 56. So this is the portion between where all of the tanks are. Is that correct? Where all the,
So, very good question, ma'am. We are currently negotiating the acquisition of that right of way.
right,
But to ensure that we have all of the proper tools made available to us, if we're not able to be successful in that acquisition through, open negotiations, I will say that they've been positive. But just in case we can't get it across the goal line, having this additional tool that is given to us as an organization is why we're before you here tonight.
well, it just, and I can understand, but if we do eminent domain and we take it over, then that's our responsibility, right? And plus, it looked like we were offering them money first to see if, is that correct? Or did I read it wrong?
So yes, with eminent domain, we would be taking over fee simple control of that property. With respect to the widening of the roadway for 56 between Vasquez and Brighton Boulevard, we would have to take ownership of that property regardless. And right, you could have an open free market negotiation, which we're currently doing, or through eminent domain. We're trying the participatory route with Suncor and the other businesses associated along that. However, if we do have to take action,
Okay.
this will give us that ability.
But my interpretation of what was presented is that we are negotiating to pay them to take that part of the property, and if the negotiation isn't acceptable, then we will exercise eminent domain, and then we're still taking on the responsibility of the road.
So the exercise of eminent domain requires by law that we have to pay fair market value for the property that we're acquiring.
Right.
So we are negotiating with the parties now to take just the land that we need. We're not allowed to take more land than what we need. We have to demonstrate the public purpose of it, and we would have to pay fair market value. So we are negotiating based on what we believe the value of the property is. I don't think there's any real debate about how we're moving forward on that, but from just a procedural standpoint, it's a good idea to always have the power already approved for us to use the power of eminent domain if necessary, so that it doesn't hold up the construction project later on.
My time is up, so if anyone else wants to speak, but I have more questions.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I think you just explained my question. Basically, is we're going to have the tool in place in case it's needed, but the negotiation's going to go on first.
Correct.
And we're only going to use eminent domain as a last resort.
Absolutely. We only
Measure.
ever use it as a last resort if we are unable to reach a solution without it.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-148.
Councilmember Ford. I'll second that. Okay. Any more discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
So the negotiations right now, are they negotiations to work with those companies so that they make the road improvements? Because they're the ones that really use that area, those roads. So I don't want to put improving those roads on the backs of our taxpayers when there's so many other needs, when they're the ones who are tearing up the road, and that's why it needs to be upgraded there because of all the tankers that are going through there. So,
Yes, ma'am. So just as a friendly reminder, the city has already issued 2 K Cinderella bonds in which one of those identified projects that was supported by,
so we're already improving it anyway then?
yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Chacon.
I have a quick question. It says on the justification for city council, city goals, infrastructure and transportation, the city of Commerce City will develop and maintain public infrastructure, facilities and transportation to improve community appearance and encourage continued development. Will that include any form of environmental cleanup if you find any issues?
I think where you're asking, well, I don't want to assume. Can you repeat that one more time, ma'am?
Will that include any environmental cleanup if you find any issues? Those spaces have had tanks before that have leaked. They've had issues just with pollution. Will that also, since we're annexing for that whole road, will it also include any cleanup?
Yeah. Sorry about that. The Public Works Director was speaking, Mayor, that yes, if we came across anything that was identified within our Phase 1 environmental assessment, we would be required to take action as part or remediation as part of our roadway construction plan. To this date, with the approved Phase 1 that we have not, as part of that sampling, we did not find anything that would be of concern or needing to be remediated. But once again, as we go through and what you find, we would have to take, obviously, certain steps.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. Based on the traffic that uses that road and the taxes that they generate for the city, that's probably the road that has generated more tax revenue for Commerce City than any other road. So I think they're paying for it anyway. That's all I got.
All right. Motion on the floor is to adopt Resolution 2025-148. I will ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Resolution 2025-148, a resolution authorizing negotiations, purchase, and the exercise of the city's powers of eminent domain to acquire certain real property interests necessary for the East 56th Avenue reconstruction, Brighton Boulevard to Fostis Boulevard project. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes unanimously. All right, on to ordinance on first reading. Ordinance 2732, amend fire sprinkler system requirements. Does council have questions for staff? Council have questions for staff? All right. Need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance 2732 by council as seated and approve on first reading. Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2732 as approved on first reading.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've had the opportunity to review a lot of the information provided, not just only by the fire department, but also by the developers, having good conversations overall. And I do recall that during the I believe it was a study session where we actually had a conversation about repealing it to go back to a balanced out approach, which is option 2, to basically allow the homeowners to pick or decide what exactly they would like to, opt in for. But I had to write something out for this one because of the fact that how much of a hot topic this one has been in comparison to others as well. So let me just read this statement out here. So first and foremost, my priority is safety. I believe that fire sprinklers have proven mechanisms that save lives and protect property. By making them optional, we risk allowing homes to be built without this critical layer of protection, leaving residents vulnerable to devastating fires that could have been mitigated. Additionally, I feel it's crucial to address the growing concern surrounding the various types of fires that occurs within the home. I see fire sprinklers as essential in reducing damage and ensuring quick suppression in the event of an emergency. Choosing to forego sprinklers could endanger lives when these incidents occur. Furthermore, I find it disheartening that some developers, not all, are unwilling to absorb the costs associated with fire sprinkler systems. While the expense may seem burdensome, I firmly believe that investing in safety, as we have with public safety with the substation, should never be seen as an optional. It's disheartening to prioritize profit over the well-being of residents. Paying investors while compromising safety is simply unacceptable to me. In conclusion, I strongly advocate for maintaining the fire sprinkler code as a mandatory requirement to protect our communities. Safety should never be an option. It should always be a guarantee. That is all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you. I certainly understand the arguments on both sides. There's no question about it. At the same time, I heard nothing tonight that would dissuade me from leaving our ordinance as is. I, too, like some of the speakers tonight, lost my home in a fire. So I know firsthand what that experience is like and what you have left after that. You start over, basically. I thank the fire department for all they do in terms of protecting the safety and welfare of our community. And you're on the front lines. You see this, you know what it means. It's, a builder builds a home and moves on. You're there afterwards to protect everyone's lives. So thank you very much for your presentations tonight, and thank you to the other speakers this evening on this very topic. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
I really appreciate all the speakers, but especially the fire department, because you have no interest but to protect the health and safety of our community, and that speaks volumes to me. I really appreciated also how it was likened to seatbelts. It wasn't taken nicely when people wanted seatbelts. It wasn't even taken nicely when people couldn't drink and drive. So it really does take a level of looking transformatively to the future. And when it was quoted at just 3 minutes to get out, that was it for me, because this is that crucial. I've also been in a fire when I was young, and we barely got out. So this is very much for the same type of safety as we have ruled before for the police, that I think that, though I do appreciate where the developers are coming from, it is their choice. And this has been since 2009. These are international residential codes. These are ways that they also need to rise to meet the moment, when we also know that there's cheaper materials that are more flammable, a number of other issues that we have to be able to see and get ahead of a lot of these dangers. So I personally also did not hear anything that's going to change my vote for this one, and I really appreciate all those that are here for public safety over profits.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Douglas, sorry. Too many Ds.
I just want to echo what everyone has said so far, and I want to thank all of you for your service to the community. I'd like you to thank you for staying around the whole evening for this. And this is really important, and we need to keep this in place. We voted to initiate this to begin with, and I think we need to maintain it. So thank you so much for all of your service.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Just want to echo, thank you for all your service. And as we think about this, this ordinance, you know, I understand how important it is to have it. And I felt like having a compromise, thinking about it as an option was a good compromise. And we think about the ability to have residents choose to add it, which meets an equity goal in terms of like if they want to have it for specific reasons, they have this opportunity. So I felt like, and still feel like this is a good compromise, not to repeal it, but provide it as an option for residents who choose to do that. The other thing that I'm just concerned about is that, you know, I think there's other ways that we can address some of the challenges through education and through service with our residents so that they understand how to be proactive internally and in the house and work with you as a fire department to make sure fire safety is a priority. So I felt like there's a different option, a different avenue through education and communication and collaboration outside of forcing and requiring this to residents. Because as we all talked about, access to homeownership is critical in my point of view. And I think this adds an additional layer to that possibly can prevent some folks from having opportunities for home ownership.
Councilmember Deere.
I really struggled with this one. I went back and forth, right? And someone compared it to a car, right? And having seat belts and airbags. But nowadays you also have parking sensors and rear cameras, and anyone who's looked at a car price recently knows that new cars aren't attainable. And, you know, I think of that new homeowner, right? It's getting harder and harder for someone to get out of school, get a job, buy a house, unless you have rich parents. And, you know, at the end of the day, to me, it's a choice, right? Because, you know, they're going to include the fire suppression systems, but where are they going to cut corners next, right? At the end of the day, they are looking at ways to cut costs, and as costs increase, you know, just like those new cars, they're more expensive than ever, and the quality is worse than ever. You know, everything's made out of plastic, and you're not getting what you were getting before, but you're getting all these fancy new safety features, you know, crumple zones where you get in a car accident and your car's totaled. So, you know, that's just how I feel the direction we're taking here. And at the same time, we're making ourselves less competitive against our surrounding communities, right? People grow up here, aren't going to be able to afford to move here. They're going to have to go. You know, luckily we have some affordable housing units that are coming online for sale, because that's where they're going to have to go. They're going to have to move to the Mile High Greyhound Park or out of the city. And so, you know, that's just what I'm trying to avoid. And by making it optional, you know, people make that decision for themselves, and hopefully they choose safety. But, you know, who are we to make that decision for everyone? And it's not even everyone, right? There's so many houses already built without them. When the fire department was here, we asked who had a sprinkler system in their house. One person in the entire room had a fire suppression system. So, you know, while the new houses are gonna have fire suppression systems, the rest of us still aren't.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you. And I appreciate the fire department and what you guys do. Safety is a priority. And like the seat belts, it was a state law and all the communities had to participate. The problem is there's only a couple of communities that participate with the sprinkler requirements. And it puts Commerce City in a position where we cannot compete with home building and development alongside of Brighton or Thornton or some of these other cities. The mayor of Arvada was here, and I wanted to pose that question to her. Do you have fire sprinkler requirements in your city? Because in Colorado, very few cities have that requirement. There's only a handful. And so it puts us at a disadvantage. The other thing is, I worry about the fact that all of our other homes, especially everything south of, basically everything for the history of Commerce City up until the last year, nobody in single-family detached homes has fire sprinklers. And you're gonna have the haves and the have-nots. And I think the safety of the other 70,000 people that live in Commerce City should matter just as well. And so how do you protect them? How do you tell them, 3 minutes is all you got to get out of your house. Sorry, sucks to suck. You don't have a sprinkler system. How do you get to that balance? And if all the communities had to do it on all their new builds, it'd be a whole lot easier to stomach, because it does put us at a disadvantage for development. Maybe we're safer or going to be safer with the homes that get built from now on, but they're going to cost a lot more, and that's going to push development back for restaurants and the things that our residents want. And I felt that having a choice was a good option. And comparing it to a seatbelt, I think that's great if the state takes it up and says all the homes have to have sprinklers, but it's not. And so we are being put at a disadvantage, and I will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I've been around the fire department business for a long time also, and I'm a big believer in smoke detectors, and I've seen fire sprinklers work on inside fires that start on the outside. They'll burn the roof off the house and the walls down, but that room will still be there. But they do work, but it's my feeling it should be an option. We should be more concerned about getting people inside the houses and off the streets first, and then if they want to add the sprinkler system, as long as we've got the main line run, it's not going to cost them that much. But that's the biggest expense is having that main line, so that they don't have to dig it up and put a bigger line in. As long as it's the right size, I believe, that part should be modified. But but where do you stop at? Every house probably should have a lightning rod in it, because that's safety. I think every house should have a security system in it, because that's safety. I think every house, they should have a gun in there. When somebody wants to come through that front door, I think you should take them out. That's safety. And, where do we stop at? Those should all be options that people should have for their residents. But when you force them into it, it's just not fair to the new home buyers. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Well, I appreciate the testimony that was brought to us earlier. We've even bringing this back to look at amending what was already approved by previous council. And we talked about this with other ordinance that have been put before us, and bringing something back, is that a waste of our time? And I agreed to let it go forward to have that conversation. I'm looking at how can it be guaranteed by a home builder that the homes are going to be reduced? It's all about profit. That's what I see. Because when I go look at a house, I've owned several homes and looked at new homes and the prices. You're thinking, yes, it's an option. If you want granite cabinets or you just go with something plain, yes, that's an option. But when it comes to safety, and it's not every home. If you build a home that with the 8-foot distance, you don't have to have sprinkler requirements. Townhomes, condos already have to have sprinkler requirements. I'm looking at these impact fees. I look at the water district. And we talk about the city of Commerce City raising their fees, impact fees. The water district's out of the roof here, but very expensive for a townhome, very expensive for a house. $27,000 for a tap fee for water. That's outrageous. I think if anything, the home builder should look at the water district to say, hey, can you lower your tap fees? Because that's going to be ongoing use, water. It's not going to change. So, and we even looked at our tap fees. Our impact fees. We could change someone's impact fees. You just heard about incentives. But you can't incentivize somebody's life. So, I am not for this because I'm looking at the future of Commerce City. And the thing is, when we're here, we have to put policy forward that's going to outlive us. Not accept policy that's going to be here while we're here. It doesn't work that way. So people are going to remember what the policy was put forward. They may not remember who voted for it, but they're going to remember that the city protected them. That's what good policy is. All right, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2732 by council seated and approve on first reading. Will the clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2732, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Article 4, Division 2 of the Commerce City Revised Municipal Code to amend the fire sprinkler system requirements in the 2021 International Residential Code. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 5-4. All right, thank you. Okay, on to the last ordinance. Ordinance on second reading, PUDA 24-0002, Nexus North at DIA, PUD Zone Document Amendment. Yes.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
What?
Just point of clarification. The vote was to introduce ordinance 2732 as council as seated, correct?
To amend.
To amend.
To amend the city's current ordinance, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I misread that. Can we redo that vote?
Point of
Point of
order.
order.
You can't redo the vote. You have to ask for
Motion to reconsider.
motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider the vote.
I second.
It has to be seconded by someone who voted yes. Or is that only on Robert's Rules of Order?
I think that's a Robert's rule, not necessarily a Bob's rule.
I voted yes.
But you have to have a second.
But you do need 2/3 to pass the motion, so.
Yeah, you don't have to have someone who voted yes, it's be 2/3.
No, sorry, you need a second on the yes side.
No, you don't.
Point of order. When a motion is stated inaccurately, does that not have any impact on this?
So I think the issue here is that there's confusion of the council as to what they were actually voting on.
Precisely.
Or you need to do the motion to reconsider so that you can make sure that you're voting the way you expected to vote.
Yeah.
But a motion to reconsider could fail, and the motion that people misunderstood could pass.
I'm sorry. So there are two readings for this. So you've got your, so I think the issue here is you would do a motion to reconsider, and if that passes, then you would have the vote on the original motion of whether you're going to pass it on first reading.
All right. I'm just not optimistic.
Point of clarification, City Attorney, Deputy City Attorney, so the understanding that the vote was a 5-4 vote in approving this ordinance 2732, it will come back before council again on a second reading.
It will come back
for
on a
a
second
vote
reading.
to approve the 2732 as the options to allow sprinkler systems or not, correct?
You will have a second reading on this, so you will have another chance to vote on it.
Copy that, thank you.
Excuse me, we voted on the motion that, as stated, not the motion that's on the screen.
What?
So I'm not sure what your answer is. There was a motion to reconsider, but we have not had a vote on whether we're going to reconsider it.
I'll make a motion to reconsider that.
Well, there already is a motion
Oh, there
to
is? All right.
reconsider.
All right.
But we don't have a second on that, do we?
Yeah, there's a second.
We had a second. So
Sorry, point of information, or point of order, you need a second from those who voted yes to reconsider.
you need a second from, I'm sorry, what?
From
Who's
the-
voted yes.
For the voted yes from the prevailing party. If we don't have a vote, if we continue to have vote motions to reconsider without a second, that's from the nay side, we will open up every
Yes.
vote. So the motion to reconsider would have to be someone from the yes side to allow the motion to reconsider. Or the other option would be let it go through right now and then have a next vote on second reading.
No. It's inaccurate.
I will look it up.
Yeah, the
But
challenge.
I think Councilmember Dukes is correct.
Yeah, the challenge with this vote now is that it cast a vote and it went to the body. And because it's transparent, a transparent vote, we are not able to take back the vote unless it's a vote to reconsider. And that's intentional with Bob's rules, because imagine if we casted votes all the time and then we saw how everyone else voted and we changed our mind. That's the intentional with Bob's rules.
While we're working on that, I need to make a motion to extend the meeting another 15 minutes. Councilmember Kim?
I'll make that motion to extend the time by another 15 minutes.
Councilmember Chacon?
I'll second it.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor is to extend the meeting by another 15 minutes.
I need a second. I think I tried Robert's rules. We do need a second.
All right, your vote is open.
Just the approval of the presiding officer.
Okay, that passes 8-1. And we're going to take a 5-minute timeout here until we can get the proper. Deanne,
Yes,
I said my motion was to introduce the item.
the motion from Councilmember Dukes was to approve this on first reading.
No, so the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2732 by council as seated and approve on first reading.
I made the motion.
Right, it's right here.
Ordinance 2732.
Yep.
But you can make the motion to reconsider, and we don't, the second does not have to be somebody who's on the
Right,
prevailing side.
that's what I thought. Okay, all right. Well, when Councilmember Kim and Ford come back, we'll do that. Someone get it right in the record.
You still need a supermajority, right?
We need 2/3. Your mic's not on.
All right. There's a motion and a second to reconsider the vote.
So you can do a motion, you've done a motion to reconsider by a person on the prevailing side. You do not have to have a second from the prevailing side, so any second will suffice. This is not a debatable motion, and you would require a 2/3 vote. So I believe we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay. All right.
All righty. Your vote is open.
Motion to reconsider.
We don't have it.
Yep, you don't have it. Okay.
All right, so I'll come back.
Let's wait till a second.
Moving on.
All right, it's going to come back on the second hearing. Either way. Okay, up next, ordinance on second reading, Nexus PUDA 250002, Nexus North, the DIA PUD Zone District Amendment.
Mayor, do you want to call on me to make a record
Oh,
for
yes.
Officer?
Another thing I wanted to mention, hold on just a sec here. The other thing that mentioned was the clerk didn't read the title to the 2732.
I'm sorry, what?
I said the last one we just voted on, I didn't allow the city clerk to read the title and take a vote. 2732.
Okay. Did we not do that?
We'll have to do it for this one. All right. This ordinance was not approved unanimously and was therefore not placed on the consent agenda. And we'll call on the Deputy City Attorney Durfee to address council.
Councilmember Madera, you were not present the night of the public hearing on September 15, 2025. Can you confirm that you've reviewed the recording of the public hearing held on September 15, 2025, and therefore would be eligible to vote on this matter on the second and final reading?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much.
Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Dukes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve PUD A 25-0002, approved on first reading, or second reading.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve PUD A 25-002 on second and final reading. Will the clerk read the title and take the roll call vote?
Ordinance PUD A 25-0002, an ordinance approving the Nexus North at DIA PUD Zone Document Amendment Number 3 to allow warehouse and distribution land uses and reduce the maximum front yard setback for Planning Area 3, consisting of 21.5 acres located at 17010 East 88th Avenue. Your vote is open.
Okay, that passes 6 with 3 noes. All right, administrative council business. Do any council members have emergency administrative council business items? Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Having considered the magistrate's referral finding sufficiency of allegations of a complaint involving a council member, I move that the city attorney's office be instructed to obtain a third-party investigator to A, investigate the allegations, and B, provide council report and summary as set forth in Council Policy 25 for council's further consideration. That is my motion.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
All right. Motion on the floor. Let's see, I don't have that. Hang on. Councilman Kim, you want to restate your motion?
Restating my motion. Having considered the magistrate's referral finding sufficiency of allegations of a complaint involving a council member, I motion to move that the city's attorney's office be instructed to obtain a third-party investigator to A, investigate the allegations, and B, provide council a report and summary as set forth in Council Policy 25 for council's further consideration.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I want to thank Councilmember Kim for filing a complaint against me on October 7th. It continues the discussion about the October election omissions. The discussion is critical for the integrity of the election process. I support an investigation, but not for the reasons you may think. The underlying premise that was an apparent error by city staff remains in question, as I'll explain. But before I do, first, I did not violate Council Policy 2, Council Policy 2 states, council members may talk with department heads if asking for information, assistance, or follow-up in a manner consistent with Section 7.6 of the city charter. I went to City Hall to find a hard copy of the newsletter, and before I got a chance to ask, I spoke with the communications manager, who is head of the communications department, when I said I had a council member on the phone who had left a message for him as yet unreturned. I heard the conversation because it was on speakerphone, and I inquired with a leadership team member as well as the deputy city attorney. Second, I did not violate Section 7.6 of the charter, which states, except as otherwise provided in this charter, neither the council, any of its members, nor any of its committees shall dictate to the city manager the appointment or employment of any person to or removal from office in any way interfere with the city manager or other city officer under the city manager to prevent him from exercising his judgment in the appointment, employment, or removal of officers and employees in the administrative organization, except for the purpose of inquiry. The council and its members shall deal with persons under the city manager's responsibility solely through the city manager, and neither the council, any member thereof, or any of its committees shall give orders to any of the subordinates of the city manager. I inquired about the content of the city newsletter. I do not recall giving any orders that day, nor at any time during my 6 years as a city council member to staff under a city manager, nor have I ordered any of the 3 city managers during that time to take any action. We can't lose sight of what's important. Bottom line is that if the newsletter election candidate snafu hadn't occurred, I wouldn't have even been on City Hall on that Friday, September 26th. My time is running out, and I still have more to say, so I will do it for second round.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Dare?
Question for Deputy City Attorney. Do we need a vote to allow the council member in question to abstain?
So not at this particular time. I've considered that issue. I think there will be a later time where we may have to do that. But at this point, the only motion on the floor is whether to instruct my office to obtain outside investigator for this allegation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
I wasn't
Done?
finished.
You still go?
So, you know, out of respect for the process of Council Policy 25, I would like to request that we don't have a public, you know, investigation and do this in the court of the public eye. You know, Councilmember Kim is following council policy as written, and the investigation will speak for itself. So I'll just leave it at that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I just wanted to second the motion. I don't think that there was a second made.
I thought there was. Am I mistaken? I thought there was a second. Councilmember Dukes, did you? No? Okay. All right. Ready for the vote?
On what? What are we voting on?
The third-party investigation?
I said I still had more to say.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
May I caution everyone, since there's the potential for a quasi-judicial hearing at a future date from this body, I would recommend against any further discussion of the underlying allegations, and that this motion is really limited only to whether or not to have a third-party investigator assigned to the matter.
I wish to continue speaking. Our city manager makes it abundantly clear to everyone that he runs an extremely tight ship when it comes to City Hall and operations. How many times do you hear those of us on City Council say, "That's operations. I know better than to set foot in his lane"? As a city council, we have an obligation to our constituents. At the regular council meeting of October 6th, there was repeatedly stated that the lost email submissions landed in junk mail. However, when the communications manager was on speaker on my cell phone with the affected council member, he said her email submission was not only not in his inbox, but he specifically said her email submission wasn't in his junk mail either. Bottom line, not in junk mail as was reported. Following the October 6th regular council meeting, I recalled when an email of mine went missing on September 18th, 7 days after the election profile deadline and 7 days before the newsletter was emailed with black silhouettes and the words, "Candidate did not provide." I contacted the IT director about my email's whereabouts. Again, CP2, department head, inquiry. On her own volition, she sent me an email log 11 minutes later showing my email had been delivered. Because of my recollection, I subsequently contacted the city manager to obtain a screenshot of the email log containing the status of the missing election profiles and displaying the same categories. The city manager sent the email log screenshot to all of us on city council. However, the contents led to more questions. Councilmember Chacon's campaign financial report submitted on September 4th is in quarantine on the log. Who released it in order for the report to meet the September 5th deadline? Why wasn't her email address then flagged and secured? A week later, the profile was in quarantine. I haven't yet received a response to my questions. Looking more closely, the email log duplicates a September 4th financial report submission from the first line of the screenshot and displays it again at the bottom of the log with a note that it was released from quarantine on September 30th. If that was the case, the council member's report not only wouldn't have been posted by the September 5th deadline, but she would have faced a $50 per day fine as a late penalty. I also asked at our meeting following the newsletter debacle about who was involved in the proofing process. No answer during these 3 weeks. As we learned, staff was working on making the correction all weekend. In that case, why wasn't the digital version updated before Tuesday, 5 days after it was sent out? It took another constituent to make that discovery on that Tuesday and inform the city manager. On the 25th, Reunion Metro District forwarded the digital version to 4,500 homeowners. I will take another 3 minutes to finish what I have.
Move to call the vote.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an important part of our process. We are voting on to have a third-party investigation, and I think it's important to have due process to have the investigation because there's always two sides of the story. And with this, it gives us the opportunity to understand what actually transpired versus like what we're hearing or what is hearsay. So I think this is why this is important. With that, I'd like to call for the vote.
Second.
And my last line was, it's important to allay any lingering concerns. Let's have an investigation.
Just point of order.
No, we had a first and a second. We can still have more discussion. Okay, call for the vote.
Your vote is open.
Okay, passes unanimously. All right. Seeing there's only 5 minutes left. City Manager Rogers, you have any reports?
Handful of things, but I will follow up during the week. I think the biggest one is I'll be out of the office Friday through Tuesday at the International City and County Managers Association Conference in Tampa. As well, you have my performance evaluation scheduled for November 3rd. I will begin you the self-evaluation later this week as well. You all have received information about the Winter in Wonderland ice skating rink, where we will be pushing out on social media starting tomorrow. In addition, with the Mary Market that's associated with that, and with PD, we have addressed the IBS Industrial Park issue with regard to semi-truck trailer parking concerns that were received by you in email. The tractors of question are no longer in violation. One was towed, and we are waiting to hear what happened with the fourth. Last but not least, we are working on the issue where a resident came by and spoke with you all on Olive Street on parking countermeasures. We have a jammer out taking a speed study as we speak.
All right, City Attorney's Office.
No report from me this week, thank you.
Okay. I just want to thank Garrett Anderson and the Economic Development Team in the Commerce City for our men's soccer team and the Australian soccer team, and also getting together for the Innovative Excellence High Performance discussion with Ambassador Rood from Australia. Councilmember Kim.
Just really quick, want to give a huge shout out to the Youth Commission who spent like over 6 months of time to put that Boards of Commission Town Hall. Great job to Kim Adami as well, and the other Boards of Commission members that were there at Saturday's event. There will be a proclamation coming forward at their next regular meeting. That's all.
Thank you. All right, our meeting's adjourned. Oh, Councilmember Kim, Douglas, do you have something? Sorry, you got 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just also wanted to commend the Youth Commission. They did an incredible job. They worked really hard, and it just shows what the future of leaders coming up in Commerce City are going to bring us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're adjourned. Thank you. Thank you. Ugh.